Let the doors be opened, que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, you must check out Season 2 of Northern Tales on YouTube, a televised puppet show Yukon created and Yukon produced, which premiered last week in Whitehorse. This season, the squirrels are definitely in charge of production. Ground Squirrel Scout Perry and roving reporter Michael J. the Fox are helping kids find science on the screen, and in fact, everywhere they go when outside. Discovery is in the magic of the bog, the tiny wind-blown lives of mosquitoes, or in the peregrinations of the mighty caribou. This boreal puppet mockumentary produced by Shot in the Dark Productions is silly enough for kids, but approved for adults. Thank you to creators Kelly Milner and her late father Bob Hayes for proving that high-quality Northern Mate stories can reach audiences far beyond the Yukon. As we learn with the puppets how local species are adapting to new climate realities, let's carry that spirit of curiosity and stewardship with us. Thank you for supporting the stories that teach us all how to be better citizens of the wild.
L'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil.
The city of Vaudreuil recognized the need for a songbird rehabilitation center in Quebec, so they founded Le Nichoir in Hudson. 3 decades later, what started out as a repurposed barn and a handful of volunteers has grown into a permanent state-of-the-art rehabilitation facility, hundreds of dedicated volunteers, and the rescue, rehabilitation, and release of thousands of wild birds back into their natural habitats. So to the incredible staff and volunteers who give their time so generously, the students who come to learn and grow through this work, the supporters who stand behind them year after year, to Director Sue Wiley, Chairman Peter McBride, President Wendy Dollinger, and the dedicated members of the board, thank you for your leadership. Cet anniversaire témoigne du dévouement.
This anniversary shows the hard work of all of the Nichoir team. On behalf of residents of Vaudreuil and all bird-loving Canadians, I'd like to thank them for their 30 years of service, compassion, and what they've done for our community and environment. And I hope that the organization will succeed for many more years. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, Colette Bergonia will be inducted into the Canada Games Hall of Honour as a builder. From 1992 to 2014, Bergonia attended every Winter Paralympic Games and 3 Summer Paralympic Games, winning 6 medals. She's a member of the Canadian Sports Hall of Fame and even has a Saskatoon public school named after her in my riding in Rosewood. Bergonia has coached many successful Paralympic athletes in Saskatchewan, like Brittany Hudak, who just won a bronze at this year's Winter Olympics. She's also coached Crystal Suchuk, who was also recruited by Bergonia to compete in 2019 and 2023 Canada Winter Games. So for Colette Bergonia, she will be recognized tomorrow in Quebec City for the 2026 class of the Canada Games Hall of Honour.
The honourable member for St. John, St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, criminals are not afraid of this government, but law-abiding Canadians are. Lawful firearm owners are not the cause of crime. Confiscating legally purchased and heavily regulated property will not stop criminals. It will not stop smuggling, and it will not stop gang violence. The Public Safety Minister confirmed this week the Liberals will confiscate legally owned property without fair and due compensation. The Minister also said the Liberal gun grab will not be optional for police forces. So how many tax dollars will be wasted searching the homes of over 2.3 million law-abiding Canadians, disarming Canadians and diverting police to the gun grab during a crime wave will not make anyone in Canada safer. Criminals are let off, taxpayers pay the price, and law-abiding Canadians are punished. This is what happens when blind ideology replaces good old Canadian common sense.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, this year, Autism Quebec will be celebrating its 50th anniversary. It was founded in 1976 by parents who wanted better services, specialized services for children with autism, and over the years, this organization has become a pillar of the community. Autism Quebec is part of the Quebec Autism Federation. It brings together all stakeholders for the same mission, to better support, inform, and the organization offers now a broad range of services, awareness activities, and promotes the rights of people with autism and their families. For 50 years, they have been trying to build a more inclusive, more respectful, and more humane society. Thank you very much.
Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to stand today in celebration of Greek Independence Day, a powerful symbol of bravery, courage, unity, and the enduring human desire for freedom. On March 25, 1821, the people of Greece rose against centuries of Ottoman occupation, inspired by the Hellenic spirit, a deep love for their homeland, and a belief in self-determination. Their struggle was not easy, but through resilience and sacrifice, they secured their independence and inspired movements of liberty around the world. Greek Independence Day is a celebration of history and a reminder of the values that define a nation: freedom, democracy, the rule of law, and cultural pride. These ideals, born in ancient Greece, form the foundation that continues to shape societies today. May their legacy continue to inspire generations to come. To all my friends in Canada, Greece, and across the world, I wish happy Independence Day. Zito η ελευθερία, zito ο πανταχού ελληνισμός, zito η Ελλάδα, long live Canada!
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of a wife and a mother, Camila, her husband, Hussein Jalil, a Canadian citizen of Uyghur origin, was detained 20 years ago. He was on a family trip overseas and was forcibly transferred to China. He has been imprisoned ever since, without a fair trial or access to consular officials. It's been 2 decades since Hussein's wife and children have heard the sound of his voice. His youngest son, who is currently 19, has never even met his father. Imagine that. Today, we ask for clemency for Mr. Jalil on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. His family deserves a phone call. Hussein's children deserve to have their father back. 20 years of incarceration is enough. Let humanity speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Deschemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank organizations that have a positive impact in our community. First of all, the Saint-Romuald Lions Club, which is celebrating its 60th birthday, as well as the Lévis Lions Club, which is now 80 years old. For decades, their members have been working hard to support vulnerable people and improve the quality of life in our communities. I'd also like to thank the Lévis Rotary Club, which is now turning 35. With its many initiatives here and abroad, members of the Rotary Club have embodied values of solidarity, leadership, and service. All of these volunteers are pillars of our communities. Their work is often very discreet, but it has concrete and long-lasting impacts. On behalf of everyone in Bellechasse-Deschemins-Lévis, I'd like to thank them. Congratulations. Long live these 3 clubs.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Together, we are celebrating Francophonie Month. But when I say we are celebrating, that we does not include the Prime Minister, the only Prime Minister in a very long time that has no Francophone speechwriter. It also excludes Michael Rousseau, the CEO of Air Canada, who is still not able to say more than 2 words in French. But this we includes nearly 400 million French speakers on 5 continents. In Quebec, the French language shapes our culture and is the very basis of our society. The Quebec people is a resilient one. For more than 260 years, it's been fighting to preserve the French language, but it will only succeed when Quebec becomes a country. We would also like to underscore the courage of Francophone and Acadian communities. For them, using French in public life is an effort every single day. Long live the French language.
The Honourable Member for Surrey-Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the important work of the Tradesmen Association of British Columbia, a non-profit organization dedicated to supporting skilled trades and strengthening our construction industry through education, safety training, and professional development. The association helps tradespeople build successful careers while promoting high standards of workmanship and safety. On March 28th and 29th, the association will host its 10th annual construction expo in Surrey, welcoming thousands of visitors with pre-publication and admission. Led by President and founder Mr. Raman Sharma, this expo connects industry professionals with families and homeowners, showcases innovation and green building, and supports local businesses. I commend Mr. Sharma and Tradesmen Association of BC for its leadership.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's auto industry is in crisis. Since this Liberal government took office, production is down 50%, exports are down 50%, and thousands of jobs are gone. The Liberal Prime Minister thinks we should surrender, but Conservatives say we should act. We put forward a new auto pact with real solutions to make it easier to build and buy Canadian, restore free trade, and protect blue-collar paychecks. And it's about more than the jobs of today. It's also about the jobs of tomorrow and the next generation of workers who dream of a future in the skilled trades. It's about the good-paying jobs that have formed the foundations of our communities for generations. But instead of supporting our plan to protect Canada's auto industry, the Liberal government voted against it. They have no plan to secure tariff-free access to the U.S. market and only show up with empty words instead of working with Conservatives to support common-sense policies. Mr. Speaker, Canadian auto workers were watching that vote yesterday, and they see that only Canada's Conservatives are serious about protecting Canadian jobs and Canadian sovereignty.
L'honorable député de Saint-Boniface.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital. Mr. Speaker, on March 20th, we celebrated International Francophonie Day. And I rise today to speak to the vitality and resilience of Francophone communities throughout the country, especially in Manitoba. In all parts of our province, French is thriving. We see it in our festivals, our schools, organizations, our businesses. And I am particularly proud of my riding, Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital. We can see in my riding that French is thriving every single day in our culture, our creativity. French continues to evolve with us within open, diverse, and future-focused communities. In my riding, you can live in French, work in French, laugh in French, and yes, sometimes even try to remember a word in French. But what really matters is that French is very much alive. So although I'm a bit late, I'd like to celebrate our Francophone culture with pride, energy, and with enjoyment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, we're 3 months into the new year and Canadians are seeing more of the same from this Liberal government. The Prime Minister has made promise after promise to improve Canada's finances, but as the months go by, the government has failed to deliver a single positive economic outcome. The Liberals promised the best G7 economy, but instead Canada sits at last place. In fact, Canada's is the only shrinking economy in the G7, along with the highest household debt and the highest food inflation. Liberals promised more jobs, but in the first 2 months of 2026 alone, Canada's lost more than 100,000 jobs. Liberals want to chalk these problems up to global factors, but if they want someone to blame, they should look in the mirror. Our fellow G7 members deal with the same global factors we do, and yet these problems are worse here in Canada than they are anywhere else in the world. Canadians are done with these Liberals passing the buck. It's time for them to step up and deliver the results they promised, or get out of the way so Conservatives can deliver it for them.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to welcome here on the Hill a number of incredible groups from my riding Honoré-Mercier. Sarah d'Anjou, 123 Go RDP, Carrefour Jeunesse Emploi RDP, Anjou Saint-Justin, Aînés J'écoute en Action, the Pointe-de-Lille AQDR, the Maison des Jeunes RDP, the CFHI, the Regroupement Jeunesse en Action, the CDC de RDP, le Phare, SAC Anjou, the RDP Soccer Club, the ASEC and the IEM, as well as members of a number of seniors clubs, Il Faro, Parc Cipriani, Fiamme d'Oro, the Abruzzo Folklore Group, the Seigneurie d'Anjou residents, and the AIAPA. And I would also like to mention that one of the municipal councillors for Rivière-des-Prairies, Gerlando Guaraggi, is here. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster, Middle Lake.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot control what happens abroad, but the Liberals do control the policies here at home that are making life more expensive for all Canadians. Canada now has the highest food price inflation in the G7 and the only shrinking economy. While fuel prices are soaring, Canadians are paying even more at the pump because of Liberal policies. Gas in Canada averages $1.70 per litre. Compare that to $1.45 in the United States. That is nearly 26 cents more per litre. The Prime Minister's industrial carbon tax and fuel standard are already driving up costs, and yet he still plans to raise the fuel standard to 17 cents a litre. These costs affect all Canadians. Higher costs to produce and ship food pushes grocery prices even higher. The Prime Minister can't hide behind global factors. These are Liberal costs imposed at home, and it is Canadians who are paying for it.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, on March 25th, 1821, the Greek independence war started with a revolutionary insurrection with heroes like Theodoros Kolokotronis, Laskarina Mompolina, and Rigas Veraios, who wrote that it is better to live 1 hour free than 40 years as a slave or prisoner.
Greeks around the world celebrate Greek Independence Day to honor the women and men who fought with courage, pride, and determination for the freedom of their people, for future generations of Greeks, and for the liberated Greece. As modern-day Greeks and people of Greek origin, we owe our freedom to these heroes, and we remember them year after year by holding various events in their honor. This year is particularly special for Montreal's Greek community, as it marks the Hellenic community of Greater Montreal's 120-year anniversary. I look forward to seeing everyone at the various celebratory events, including this Sunday's Greek Independence Day Parade. Χρόνια πολλά σε όλους τους Έλληνες. Ζήτω η Ελλάδα, ζήτω ο Καναδάς, ζήτω 25 Μαρτίου του 1821.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Auditor General denounced the current Justice Minister, as well as the current Liberal Heritage Minister and the current Liberal Immigration Minister. These three ministers caused a catastrophe on the international student file. They allowed 150,000 suspected cases of fraud and didn't even investigate them. The Prime Minister promoted these people who wreaked havoc in the system. Will he continue this liberal incompetence?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am blessed to have a strong cabinet that works hard for Canada strong. The new Canadian government has taken back control of the immigration system. Asylum claims are down by a third. International student numbers have gone down 70%. We have Canada strong and a balanced immigration system.
The new Liberals the same as the old Liberals, Mr. Speaker. The numbers he just gave are compared to the even more miserable numbers of his Justice Minister. In fact, compared to the Harper government, the last sane policy in immigration, we have asylum claims are now up to 2,880%. Temporary foreign workers up 178%. International students up 39%. And yesterday, the Auditor General condemned the current Liberal Justice Minister, Liberal Heritage Minister, and Liberal Immigration Minister for allowing 150,000 cases of fraud to go uninvestigated. Will he fire them, or will he just continue with the same Liberal incompetence?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm blessed with a strong cabinet that's working hard for a strong country. And we are taking control of the immigration system. Asylum seekers down by a third, foreign students down by 60%, temporary foreign workers down by 50%, the population equilibrated, equal. We are investigating 100% of every fraud cases since this new government came to office. We have the system under control.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
All illusion, same old Liberals, same old failures. Look at the economy. He likes to blame world affairs for his failing economy, but the G7 countries have the same world economy. Yet, the Prime Minister has delivered the second highest unemployment in the G7, the worst household debt in the G7, the worst housing costs in the G7, the worst, in fact, the only shrinking economy in the G7. And, Mr. Speaker, we have 100,000 lost jobs in the last 2 months alone. Why is it that after this Prime Minister promised that he'd be the first, he's the worst in the G7?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at what's happened since this summer. The United States has lost 6,000... Écoute.
Come on. These are important issues. These are important issues we're discussing. And Canadians are watching. The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at what's happened to the United States since the summer. They have lost 6,000 jobs. This country's created over 80,000 jobs since August. Let's look at what's happened to wages in this country. They are growing the highest in years, 4%. They're growing twice the rate of inflation. Canadians are getting ahead. Every single month of this government, Canadian wages have grown faster than the rate of inflation. Rents are at a 33-month low. Affordability is the best it's been in over a decade.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess for those people who stash their cash in tax havens, you've never had it so good and so affordable. Tell that to the single mothers walking down the grocery aisle. Or let's talk about jobs. He compares it to the United States. When you do an apples-to-apples comparison of unemployment, it is 1.3% higher in Canada than it is in the U.S. In fact, Canada has the second highest unemployment in the G7, the worst grocery price inflation in the G7, the most unaffordable housing in the G7, the worst household debt in the G7. Mr. Speaker, he promised we'd be first, so why is he the worst?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have the lowest debt burden in the G7. We have the lowest deficit in the G7. We have the highest credit rating in the G7. What is this government doing? It's putting it into action with a defense industrial strategy that'll bring $500 billion of investment, with an auto strategy, with an electricity strategy, with the climate competitiveness strategy, with a housing strategy. We are moving forward. We're investing in this country, the second best country in the world for foreign direct investment. We are moving forward. Come join us.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Strategies and imaginary promises will not pay the bills or fill the tank. We all know that global oil prices have gone up, but that does not explain while in Canadian dollars and in liters, Americans pay $1.46 a liter at the pump, while Canadians are paying $1.70. 26 cents higher per liter at the pump because of this Prime Minister's anti-energy policies and his newly renamed carbon tax, the Clean Fuel Standard. Will he get rid of these policies and get rid of that tax so Canadians can have some relief at the pumps?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the member opposite was not here in the spring. It's a source of great sadness. We got rid of the consumer carbon tax. That took off 18 cents per liter. That took off 18 cents per liter. And Mr. Speaker, what matters is the rate of growth of wages relative to overall inflation. Wages growing twice the rate. This country is moving forward.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's all an illusion, Mr. Speaker. this Prime Minister not only supported the carbon tax that he advised that Justin Trudeau put in, he thought it should be higher and broader. And when he got into power, he didn't get rid of it. He renamed it. He called it the Clean Fuel Standard. 7 cents a litre this year, rising to 17 cents. On top of it, industrial carbon tax that's driving up the costs of all the industrial production of our energy. And that is one of the reasons why, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians pay the equivalent of 26 cents a litre more than the Americans. Will he stop ripping off Canadians at the pump, get rid of these Liberal taxes so Canadians can get moving?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are getting this country moving with the biggest transformation of this economy in generations. We are building unprecedented amounts of affordable housing. We are building clean energy. We are lowering energy costs for Canadians. We are building a defense industrial strategy this country has not seen since the Second World War. We are protecting Canadians. We are building this economy. We are empowering Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, first, I want to be very clear. The Bloc fully respects freedom of religion. This is true for all the people, and it's true for the Premier of Quebec as well. Now, yesterday the Prime Minister quoted the Bible, which is his prerogative, but I have a question about current events. Does the Prime Minister endorse the church-state separation and Quebec secularism?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, true, yesterday, alongside the opposition leader and members of the NDP and the leader of the Green Party and the Speaker of the House himself, I was there. I did quote from the Bible. And I also quoted from Marcus Aurelius, like the opposition leader, because he came up with some universal principles, virtues, values, examples of virtues, examples of determination, and of course, the Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. The first word was yes, so I guess that's clear. I assume that, like us, the Prime Minister believes that politics and religion should be different. There's the public sphere and the private sphere, and the religion should not interfere in state decisions. Could the Prime Minister then explain why his government asked Crown attorneys to oppose a bill duly passed by the Quebec Parliament which would ensure church-state separation? Why is he spending millions of taxpayer dollars, including Quebec taxpayer dollars, on this fight? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's a fundamental question. The member's question has to do with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is the responsibility of the federal government to defend that charter. There is a process going on right now at the Supreme Court. We will await the result. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. At a certain point, the Prime Minister will need to make a decision. Either he will have to acknowledge that religion can influence the affairs of the state, or he will have to stop going after Bill 21, which enshrines secularism in Quebec state institutions. The Prime Minister cannot say two contradictory things. At a certain moment, he will need to decide and give some answers. Is he in agreement with the principle of church-state separation, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is a false choice. The Bloc has made a decision with Bill C-9. It is Parliament's responsibility to protect the rights of religious people. For example, the Jewish community here in Canada, they must be protected from hatred. So why Mr. Speaker, I'm confused about why, when the member across the way is asking questions like that while also supporting Bill C-9.
While the Liberals don't control what happens abroad, they do control their policies here at home. And instead of working to bring costs down, the Liberal Prime Minister is not only going ahead with his industrial carbon tax, he's introduced a fuel standards tax which adds 7 cents a litre to the already high cost of gas, and that'll eventually rise to 17 cents per litre. It's more of the same Liberal taxes from the same Liberal government. So when will this Liberal government give Canadians a break and get rid of these Liberal gas taxes that are making life more expensive for Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be able to stand up here once again to reiterate and remind the members opposite that the industrial carbon price does not increase the cost of food. Studies show that. But if they want to talk about what we can do to help Canadians, I hope that they will celebrate alongside with me that our government cut taxes for Canadians. That is a win. They can talk about imaginary taxes. Over here, we're taking real action on affordability.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Canadians are paying more because of Liberal policies here at home. All G7 countries are dealing with similar external factors, but it is only this Liberal government that has caused us to have the worst food inflation and the only shrinking economy in the G7. The price of gas is 20% higher here than it is in the U.S., and Liberal fuel and carbon taxes are making it even worse. When will this Liberal government stop passing the buck, take responsibility for their policies, and finally cut Liberal taxes to make life more affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where that member's been, but on this side of the House, we're going to continue to focus on affordability for Canadians. We cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We cut the GST for first-time homebuyers. We cut the consumer carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, on this side, we're going to continue to focus on and build the strongest economy in the G7. Time for that party, that leader, and that member to stop the obstruction and stop the rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for New-Tecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can't afford the cost of living. And the Liberals, they think the best way to get them back on their feet is to miss 3 car payments. That's the problem. Their decisions keep making life more expensive. As gas prices skyrocket, this government is making things worse with their industrial carbon tax and the fuel standard tax. They point to global instability, but it is this Prime Minister who is choosing to make Canadians pay even more at the pump. Why won't the Liberals remove the gas tax on gas and give Canadians a break?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we acknowledge that oil price shocks due to the war in the Middle East are rippling across the world and increasing the cost of living pressures on Canadians here at home. That's why we recently worked with our international partners to release hundreds of millions of barrels of Canadian oil as part of an effort to provide stability for businesses and consumers. We can't unblock the Strait of Hormuz, but we can control what we do here at home. We've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians, offered a groceries and essentials benefit, offered a national school food program. That saves families hundreds and thousands of dollars per month.
The Honourable Member for New-Tecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Gas prices are 26 cents higher in Canada than the U.S., and Liberal policies are forcing Canadians to skip meals, defer dreams, and fall behind on bills. That's because we are the only one with a shrinking economy in the G7, as well as the worst food inflation. While Canadians are being forced into hard choices, this Liberal government has a simple choice. They can scrap the taxes that are driving up fuel costs so Canadians pay less at the pump. Will they finally take responsibility for what they can control and axe these taxes?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Maybe that member remembers voting against all of the measures that actually do make life more affordable. For example, early learning and childcare here in Ontario, saving a family with one child $16,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. For example, the announcement we just made yesterday to ensure that students can access up to 40% more in student grants. That's going to make sure that student accessibility to education remains affordable. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on, but no matter what it is, they vote against it. Why don't they support Canadians?
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, every G7 country faces global headwinds, yet only one is choosing to make inflation worse through domestic policy. Canada now leads the G7 in food price inflation, carries the only shrinking G7 economy, and faces fuel costs nearly 20% higher than the United States because this Liberal government is adding an industrial carbon tax and a fuel standard tax that will reach 17 cents per litre. If the Prime Minister cannot name a single G7 country that is following this declining trend, what justification does this one have for doubling down this failed path?
The Honourable Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, will they continue to talk down this economy, talk down our workers? We are building it up. Why? Because we have a plan. We have a plan to make life more affordable. We cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We've taken the GST off first-time homebuyers, and we are investing in our auto sector, our steel sector, our aluminum sector. Why? There's a trade war on, and we are backing real families, real companies, and real jobs. Why don't they get on board and support real workers?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, we're not talking down the economy. The Liberals are bringing down the economy. But a recent survey showed that 84% of farmers think this Prime Minister is an epic failure. I'm wondering if the Prime Minister could tell me which one of his policies have made farmers so angry. Is it the fact that they're closing 7 research centres and firing hundreds of scientists? Is it because we're the only G7 country with a 35% tariff on fertilizer imports? Is it the fuel standard, the industrial carbon tax, which goes up again on April 1st? Which one of these policies is the reason the Prime Minister is an epic failure?
Exactly right. The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, if you would like to talk about farmers and canola farmers specifically, let's talk about how the clean fuel regulations actually help canola farmers. It adds to the value of a bushel of canola, but you know what? The Leader of the Opposition may want to speak to some of his constituents. He represents the second largest canola producing riding in all of Alberta. And right next to him is a Strathcona renewable diesel facility that's going to purchase about half of Alberta's canola production. That is good for farmers.
Honourable member for Foothills.
I would like the minister to know that their fuel regulations are so complicated, has made it so expensive that 3/4 of the feedstock comes from the United States or used cooking oil from China, not canola farmers in Alberta. It is the clean fuel standard, the industrial carbon tax, an escalator tax, and tariffs on fertilizer, which are making food unaffordable and farming unsustainable. Will the Liberals realize it is their own policies that are causing these problems? Will they cancel their fuel tax, their industrial carbon tax, their escalator tax, and help make Canadians' life more affordable?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we eliminated the divisive consumer carbon price, and they're still complaining, Mr. Speaker. We know the industrial carbon tax has a negligible effect on food. If that member goes out and buys an F-150 Ford tomorrow from the highest emission contributor of steel and aluminum in this country, I can tell you he can go back to the Leader of the Opposition and get his triple because it's cheaper than what it's costing us, the GHG emissions. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière. Yes, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord has the floor. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals keep saying that they will not comment on the ongoing Supreme Court case on Bill 21 and the Notwithstanding Clause. No interpretation? Okay. We'll give the opportunity to the member for Rivière-du-Nord to ask his question. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals keep saying that they will not comment on the ongoing Supreme Court case on Bill 21 of the Notwithstanding Clause. However, the weekend before the Terrebonne by-elections, they will hold their convention in Montreal, and the very first resolution to be debated would be a federal veto on all provincial legislation, invoking the notwithstanding clause before exhausting all other options. It's the very first resolution at the top of their agenda. The Liberals may not want to talk about the work of the Supreme Court, but at a certain moment they will have to vote on their own resolution. So how will they be voting? I don't know if it has to do with the federal government. We're talking about a specific political party. We're talking about political party delegates at a Montreal convention. I will allow the member, however, to ask his second question. This will be taken into advisement, but would the honourable member for Rivière du Nord like to ask a second question? Mr. Speaker, it's written right there in black and white, to quote, that the Liberal Party of Canada urged the Government of Canada to invoke disallowance on any provincial legislation that proactively invokes the notwithstanding clause before court challenges are exhausted. That's what they want to see, but they're trying to get the Supreme Court to do their dirty work for them. Mr. Speaker, if these Liberals truly want to change the Constitution, they should reopen it. Will they have the courage to do that instead of hiding behind the court system? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we've been clear. The federal government has the responsibility and duty to defend the Constitution. You can defend the French language and the right of Francophones to live their lives in French while also defending the Constitution. This is not the right place to have this debate. The case is before the Supreme Court, and that is the best forum for these sorts of debates. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawanrock. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was elected based on the promise that we would have the strongest economy in the G7. And 1 year on, that's not what we're seeing. In just the first 2 months of the year, 100,000 Canadians lost their jobs. 100,000. We are the only shrinking economy in the G7. We have the highest unemployment rate in the G7. And, most importantly, we have the worst food inflation in the G7. Will the Prime Minister and his government finally acknowledge that their policies aren't working? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of factors that are driving up food costs these days. For example, the cost of fertilizer. But we can control affordability measures that we put in place here, like a tax cut for 22 million Canadians, the Canadian Groceries Benefit, which assists over 12 million Canadians. But we won't just stop there. These are measures within our control. We'll have a defense industrial strategy which will create jobs in Quebec, including at the Davie Shipyard and the Valcartier military base. I hope that the member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawanrock will support our policies. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawanrock. I guess we have bad news for Canadians. The Liberal policies are not working. 100,000 Canadians, men, women, households have been affected by job losses. That's the reality after 1 year of this Prime Minister and the Liberal government. Sure, there are problems all around the world, but if that's the case, why is it Canada that is feeling the impact of food inflation? This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what is unacceptable is that every time members across the way have an opportunity to support people, for example, through the Canadian Child Benefit, the Canada Dental Plan, tax cuts, the grocery benefit, on every single one of these occasions, they voted against. Meanwhile, on this side of the House, we are building the strongest economy in the G7. We have a defense industrial strategy. We are carrying out major projects like the Nouveau Monde graphite mine. That is what we're doing on this side of the House. The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kataskamik-Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that Canada would have the strongest economy in the G7. And instead we find ourselves with weakest economy in the G7. Over 100,000 jobs lost in 2 months, the second highest unemployment rate, the highest household debt, and the worst food inflation in the entire G7. Instead of solving the problem, the Prime Minister is still holding back projects, taxing production, and expanding deficits to the detriment of Canadians. How can this Liberal government claim that all is fine when their choices are hurting families and the economy? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear the question from my colleague. We work together well. I have a lot of respect for him, but I don't understand why he refuses to acknowledge that this government has focused on Buy Canadian, leading to more jobs in his riding, in La Pocatière, at Alstom. Why isn't he asking questions about that? I'm sure people at La Pocatière are very happy. Things are going well in the service sector in his region. The same can be said for the member for Louis Saint Laurent, who just asked a question. We are investing in the Quebec City region. We will get things done at the Davie Shipyard. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' Curam financial fiasco continues. After $5 billion in cost overruns, officials have admitted that they do not know how much it will cost in the future. It could easily exceed $660 million to $1 billion in annual operating expenses. Mr. Speaker, Curam is already the most expensive Liberal scandal in history. My question is simple. Is the Prime Minister going to show leadership, and will he finally take charge of this issue himself? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to modernizing benefits, Mr. Speaker, remember that the system that we are replacing is a 50-year-old system. Our old age security benefits for seniors depended on it, and it was imperative for us to make this change. What I'm noticing is for 7.7 million seniors, they are receiving their payments in time, and we are addressing the backlog month after month. Service Canada officials are working at this. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, Journal de Québec tells us that the Liberal government has spent over $211 million in cost overruns for Accenture, an external firm, IT consultant firm. And this feeds into Curam, cost overruns. And then there are the issues of outsourcing to India. Accenture is related to Brookfield, of course. Does it make sense to the Liberals that the taxpayer money just serves to make these businesses wealthier while citizens have to pay out of their pockets? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to see that the modernization of benefits that was essential to do, and if you look at the Auditor General's report from 2014, we could see that we were heading towards a wall with the former system. And so it's positive that we are focusing on moving towards a modern system so that seniors can get accurate amounts, benefits. 7.7 million Canadians are receiving these benefits. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Annapolis. Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm pleased to represent Acadie-Annapolis, a mostly rural riding in Nova Scotia that I've been living in for a long time, forever.
Medium-sized businesses, whether it's engaging with business owners or by supporting them in my daily life. However, we know that rural business owners often struggle with less access to financing, smaller markets, a tighter pool of workers, and longer supply chains. So to the Minister of ACOA, how is the Government of Canada supporting small and medium-sized businesses in Acadie-Annapolis and in Atlantic Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his advocacy for economic growth in Atlantic Canada. I'd like to point out that he once served as the critic for Atlantic Canadian economic development before he joined the governing benches. Despite almost 5 months passing, the Conservatives are yet to appoint a successor, despite having good Atlantic Canadians they could put to the position. But, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague's question, we are advancing new programs to help small and medium-sized businesses deal with American tariffs, to help small firms become big firms by tapping into the defense industrial strategy, and we have not forgotten what built our economy, including the fishery, which that member has been a champion for, to restore the Atlantic Fisheries Fund and to remove Asian tariffs on Nova Scotian seafood. We need more champions like this in government.
for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I hope it was worth it. Under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is losing jobs at speeds not seen in a generation. Over 100,000 full-time jobs lost in a month alone, and close to 50,000 youth jobs lost. In the G7, we have the only shrinking economy, the second highest unemployment, the highest household debt, and the highest food inflation. The Liberal rhetoric simply does not match the reality. Why can't they recognize the problems that their policies are causing and adopt the Conservative Jobs Plan?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what the Conservative Job Plan is because they vote against every single thing, including the things that unions have saying they need. We're investing in skills training for young people, Mr. Speaker, and we are moving forward with a defence industrial strategy that's creating 125,000 jobs. The major projects are estimated to support over 60,000 jobs, and we are ensuring that workers have the training they need. These are all things that the Conservatives fight against. So what exactly is their job strategy? Do nothing?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, we released a detailed jobs plan in the fall. This Liberal government's approach is clearly failing. Over 100,000 jobs lost. They talk about major projects. They haven't approved a single major project. Now, Canadians at home are experiencing the catastrophic impacts of Liberal policies. They promised to trade when they haven't delivered it. The industrial carbon tax remains in place. Objectively, we are shedding jobs at rates not seen in a generation. Will they stop patting themselves on the back and actually recognize the challenges Canadians are facing?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, here are a few facts for the member. Joint support ships, 3,500 jobs. Arctic and offshore patrol ships, 2,300 jobs. Remotely piloted aircraft system jobs, 700 annually. River-class destroyers, 5,250 jobs. Logistics vehicle modernization, 1,000 jobs. Armored combat support vehicles, 1,650 jobs. Mr. Speaker, this list goes on and on and on.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Speaker, the Prime Minister promised Canadians the strongest economy in the G7. Instead, Canada now has the only shrinking economy and the second highest unemployment. We've lost over 100,000 jobs since January this year, and many of our small businesses are going to the United States. Other countries are dealing with the same problems and same global pressures. Will the Prime Minister admit his policies are failing Canadians and outline why our economy is the worst in the G7?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, since September, Canada's economy created 80,000 jobs. Because we know in times of global uncertainty, we need to invest, Mr. Speaker. That is why we've made the largest infrastructure investment in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. We're building big, we're building bold, and we're building now, Mr. Speaker, with Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, Canadian unionized workers, Mr. Speaker. We're laser focused on creating jobs, good jobs in the skilled trades, good jobs for the future generations. Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservatives get on board?
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the gravity of the situation is hitting the government appropriately. In the last 2 decades, Canada has lost 100,000 entrepreneurs, but our population has gone up by 10 million people. Since 2019, there's been a 19% increase in business exits with only a 5% increase in new businesses. Nothing this government is doing is helping our entrepreneurs, our job creators. When will this government reverse its horrible economic policies and get out of the way so businesses can thrive?
The Honourable Minister for Women, Gender Equality, Small Business and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on delivering results, which includes increasing business confidence. And in fact, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses reports very recently that small business optimism is at the highest level in 2 years. And that is because on this side of the House, we are ensuring that we are cutting red tape for small and medium-sized enterprises. We're investing in them, Mr. Speaker, and ensuring that as we expand to new markets and in new countries, we're going to make sure that they have all the opportunity to be able to export and grow their businesses, Mr. Speaker. We will always be there for them.
Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
The Prime Minister
promised the strongest economy in the G7. Instead, Canada is at the bottom. We have the only shrinking economy, the second highest unemployment, the highest household debt, and the worst food inflation in the G7. The Prime Minister can't hide behind global challenges when every other G7 country faces the exact same pressures. These problems didn't appear overnight. They are a direct result of bad Liberal policies. Will the Prime Minister reverse course on the policies that have left Canada with a shrinking economy, soaring food prices, and rising unemployment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition's picking up the same lines like a soon-to-be-gifted kettleball, but these repetitions will not get them the gains that they seek, because they require Canadians to forget everything before yesterday. We are in a trade war, Mr. Speaker, and in that trade war we are performing very well. We are getting more jobs than the United States. We have foreign direct investment at the highest level in 18 years. Alberta's unemployment decreased by 0.4 points in this year, and there is much to celebrate because we have a strong focus on building this economy and we are seeing results.
For Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Albertans know that member lives in an illusion. There are no projects that have been improved by this government and no shovels in the ground. For years, the Liberal government did everything in their power to block pipelines, stall major energy projects, and scare off investment, weakening one of Canada's most critical economic drivers, the oil sands, and Canadians are now paying the price. With a shrinking economy and over 100,000 jobs already lost this year, the consequences are clear. Will the Prime Minister finally reverse course, unleash Canada's energy sector, and help rebuild our economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, oil and gas production in Canada is at record highs, up 34% in the last 10 years. We've managed to do that while reducing emissions as a country by 6%. We have found a way to sustainably grow and meet the growing needs of the world, including diversifying needs from allies that are increasingly requiring carbon lower emissions. We are building strong. We have approved Silesums, the Taylor to Gordondale pipeline, NextGen and Dennis's uranium mines. TMX optimization is underway. LNG projects from Cedar to Woodfibre to Tilbury to LNG Canada 2. They are happening. We are building strong, and we welcome you to join us in that building.
Again, through the chair, the Honourable Member for Tubik-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised Canadians the strongest economy in the G7, but today we are falling behind. We now have the only shrinking economy in the G7 and among the highest unemployment and the highest household debt. In rural communities, families are being hit really hard. Farmers and producers are facing soaring input costs and blocked resource projects that drive local economies. Canada is struggling because of Liberal policies that have stifled growth. When will the Prime Minister turn from these failed policies that have left Canadians behind? When?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the economy, that leader's missing in action. That member there, Mr. Speaker, he's a good man. I respect his faith very, very much. But on this side of the House, we're focused on building a strong economy, the strongest economy in the G7. We are investing in nation-building projects like Port St. John in my riding. We've invested hundreds of millions of dollars that will employ thousands of people. What about Sisson Mine, a nation-building project, a major project in that member's riding that will employ thousands of people? Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are serious about building a strong economy. That side simply is not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are hurting. The Prime Minister promised Canadians the best, yet our economy is performing among the worst. We've lost over 100,000 jobs in the first 2 months this year, and our economy is beginning to shrink. If this is the result of global factors, as these Liberals claim, then why is our economy performing so poorly compared to other G7 countries? Will the Prime Minister work with us to reverse their disastrous economic policies that have made it harder for Canadians to put food on the table?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we're making life more affordable, not just in big cities, but across northern and Indigenous communities. We've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians so northern families can keep more on their table. The Permanent National Food Program is saving families around $800 a year, and we're tackling food costs by building an all-season infrastructure road through the Arctic. We're building the nation and building scalable affordability. We're also reforming Nutrition North. Thank you.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
The Prime Minister's rhetoric is completely disconnected from reality. He says Canada would be the best economy in the G7, yet he's delivered the worst. 100,000 jobs gone in 2 months. And here's Canada's G7 record. The only shrinking economy, the highest food inflation, the highest household debt, the second highest unemployment. He continues to point to global pressures, but every other G7 country is facing the exact same problems, yet their economies are growing and ours are shrinking. This is a domestic failure made in Canada by this Liberal government. When will they reverse their economic policies that are failing Canadians?
Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition wants to close their eyes and have a fantasy that the trade war will go away, that the tariffs will go away. Doesn't work like that. You got to have a plan. You got to invest in your workers. You got to invest in affordable housing. You got to invest in national defense. You've got to invest in Canadians and their workers, auto parts, like we're doing with federal economic development, many in conservative ridings. Mr. Speaker, let me boil it down simply. They got to believe in Canada, buy in Canada, and build in Canada. They got to try that.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, accelerating housing is key to improving affordability, and this is why Build Canada Homes is working with partners across the country to launch more housing projects. Last week, I had an opportunity, along with my colleagues, to take part in an announcement to present excellent news to the people from New Brunswick. I'd like to ask the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure to inform the House about this recent housing announcement in New Brunswick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Housing. Thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. We do have good news in New Brunswick. Through Build Canada Homes, we are working with partners to deliver 1,200 affordable housing units and potentially up to 1,500 affordable housing units. These projects will be ready to break down ground soon, and nearly half will use modern construction methods to speed up delivery. Together with our partners, we are building more homes for all Canadians.
Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No community in this country will be protected from hate with legislation that threatens to imprison them for deeply and sincerely held religious beliefs. But that's precisely what Bill C-9 is going to do, a bill the Liberals are forcing to a vote today, despite the cries of millions of Canadians from multiple faiths and civil society groups that this bill will violate their civil liberties. It may appease some people like the Minister of Identity and Culture, who believes you need a black highlighter to read a holy text, but for most Canadians, they want the freedom to live out their beliefs. Will the Liberals do the right thing and reduce this divisive and toxic bill to the rubble bin where it belongs?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, one of the member's colleagues from Windsor included in her flyer those same tired talking points, and the Windsor Star spoke to some of her constituents who said that her flyer was divisive and inflammatory, was insulting to their intelligence, and that they were more concerned with the misinformation from the Conservatives than the content of the bill. Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, is designed to protect religious freedoms, to ensure people of faith can practice within their community of faith without fear of intimidation or obstruction, and to make sure that we recognize the moral culpability when a person is targeted for a crime on the basis of their identity. That is good policy that will keep Canadians safe.
Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the Liberals are getting their money's worth with their media bailout, but that doesn't eliminate the many concerns that Canadians have raised across this country. The Liberals say when these civil liberties concerns are put at their feet to just trust them, that they won't violate Charter rights because the Charter protects those rights. Yet last week, that very Attorney General appealed the Federal Court of Appeal decision that was ruling the Emergencies Act was unlawful, that this government, despite the promises of Justin Trudeau, did violate the constitutional rights of Canadians. If they truly are serious about protecting these rights, why won't they drop their appeal and drop C9?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it seems the Conservative strategy when they lose an argument is to blame the media and throw spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. Let's actually talk about the facts. Bill C9, the Combating Hate Act, from inception was designed to protect religious freedoms, to combat hate crimes that were taking place in this country, to protect the ability of the Jewish community to go to their synagogues and the Muslim community to go to their mosques and Christian communities to go to their churches, to ensure people could pray freely without fear of intimidation or obstruction. We heard loud and clear. People are sick and tired of hate crimes in this country, and they want their government to do something about it. The Conservative option is to send out fundraising emails.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, the Kidswoman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Emergency Measures Act has been ruled unlawful by the courts twice. The Liberals violated the charter rights of Canadians by freezing their bank accounts when the threat of a national security threshold was never met. They've wasted millions of dollars of taxpayer money, and now they are appealing this court decision for a third time. With an affordability crisis and a jobs crisis, will the Liberals quit wasting taxpayer monies on something that the courts have ruled twice is unlawful?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it seems the Conservatives never tire of standing up for the people who illegally occupied the main street of our nation's capital, refused to leave, were implored to leave by local residents, by the police, asked politely, would refuse to leave this city and this capital that Canadians are so proud of. The real question, Mr. Speaker, is why do these Conservatives continue to stand up for the convoy and lawlessness in this country?
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, Newfoundland and Labrador are strategically located to bolster Canada's defence strategy. Our new government is committed to spending 2% of GDP on defence this year and 5% by 2035. My question is very simple. Will Newfoundland and Labrador have an opportunity to play a role in the defence strategy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Speaker, my colleague from Newfoundland and Labrador is completely right. Our province is made for this moment. And that's why I was proud last week to announce a federal investment of $16 million in Newfoundland and Labrador companies to build a stronger industrial base for defence manufacturing in our province. That means good jobs for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, to build more of what Canada needs at this time, to stay strong, secure, and sovereign.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
On the West Coast, we don't just live near the ocean, Mr. Speaker, we live on it. Time on the water is how we connect with friends, clear our heads, and put food on the table. It's practically therapy, and you might even catch dinner. But now the Liberals are putting 9,100 jobs and a $1.76 billion industry at risk with proposed changes to the salmon allocation policy. So I ask, will this East Coast minister show respect for our West Coast way of life by committing right now to maintain priority for public fisheries and certainty of public access to salmon to feed our families?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Lessons from the other side on standing up for harvesters. What I will remind this member, the opposition, I spoke to this yesterday. We had a one-year consultation on a policy that was not reviewed since 1999. The 1 year open, we will have, we're working through what we heard, and we will have a decision in due course, and I will let that member know. No decision has been made.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump's attack on Iran is not only illegal and causing death and destruction, it is spreading economic chaos around the globe. Canadians are now seeing sky-high gas prices, and the cost of products from fertilizers to food are going to soar, bringing pain to every household. Economists predict the world will face massive turmoil for years to come. What does the Prime Minister say to Canadians who are suffering serious financial harm as a result of the senseless war that he and the Conservatives supported?
Here, here. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is deeply concerned by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which is threatening global energy security and economic stability. As we have emphasized, Canada's focus is on ensuring the safe and unimpeded flow of energy and commerce in line with the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea. We urge all parties to de-escalate the conflict, and we will continue to work alongside our G7 and like-minded allies to ensure the Strait of Hormuz remains open and secure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Cyril Turton, Minister of Children and Family Services for the province of Alberta. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, earlier you refused a question from my colleague for Rivière-du-Nord. The underlying issue with that question was whether the government will use a veto on the notwithstanding clause. I would submit that the answer to that question specifically has to do with the federal administration. Following your reasoning, Mr. Speaker, I could not ask a question about the House administration. I would not be able to do it if, for example, it also has something to do with something raised by the National Assembly of Quebec. For example, if I was asking about an inquiry on Curram, there is a great deal of noise in the House, the interpreter would like to mention, making it difficult to interpret. Also, I would submit that in the current situation that we're discussing, it is important to consider who is making the request. Because we know that there are a number of situations where the Liberal Party members might have to give themselves a mandate based on what I've heard. The original question was not formulated in such a way as to respect the standing orders, because it only had to do with a party matter. The honourable member is discussing the link between members of the government and their membership in the Liberal Party. But I think that's a very indirect link that the member is drawing. And then I would just mention that the second question was better worded, and it did have to do with the federal administration.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. At the risk of repeating myself, Mr. Speaker, you nonetheless prevented a member from asking a question simply on the pretext that it had to do with a party. And I would reiterate, members of the House cannot be entirely dissociated of their roles as members of a party, because they are voting members of the party at the convention to give themselves their mandate. And so, in my opinion, the question was entirely relevant, and refusing it shows partiality on your part. Partiality that does not suit you at all, in my opinion. These questions that have to do with the internal management of a party are not in order. But as I said, the second question did have a connection with government decisions, which is why I decided it was in order. The honourable member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. There was a mistake yesterday in transmitting information from the House, and due to that, I think there is unanimous consent to include my vote, which is that I would vote nay. All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Very well.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
In the same vein, I had technical difficulties yesterday. If I could also have my vote included, but I will be voting yay.
Opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. It being 3:16, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-246 under private members' business. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mrs. Thomas, seconded by Mr. Caputo, moved that Bill C-246, an act to amend the criminal code, consecutive sentences for sexual offenses, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my left.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Guglemin.
Mr. Guglemin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conant.
Mrs. Conant.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Miss Cobinia.
Miss Cobinia.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mrs. DeRieder.
Mrs. DeRieder.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Fourth row on my left in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Albuteyev.
Mr. Albuteyev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Shampoo.
Monsieur Shampoo.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
First row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lanceman.
Miss Lanceman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Allan.
Miss Louis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Louis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my right.
6 offenses.
Fifth row on my right. Fourth row on my right.
Say it to a victim.
Third row on my right.
Say it to a victim.
Second row on my right.
Say it to the victims. Shame on you.
First row on my right.
Say it to the victims. Shame on you.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Johns.
Shame on you all.
Sixth row, fifth row, fourth row,
Shame on you all.
third row,
Shame on you all.
second row,
Sex offenses.
first row. All those at my right opposed to the motion, starting with the sixth row on my right.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Miss Harrison.
Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Beapuinty.
Mr. Malate of Quinty.
Miss Minama.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Wien.
Miss Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Mr. Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Fifth row on my right.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Madame Lapointe Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe Rivière de Mille.
Mr. Kodo.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Akan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss May.
Miss May.
Monsieur.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Classen.
Mr. Classen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Isasi.
Mr. Isasi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Mr. Leiteo.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Second row on my right.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouver.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Destinati, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Destinati, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Miss Alti.
Miss Alti.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. House.
Madame Minard.
Madame Menard.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
First row on my right.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Miss Oljevsky.
Ms. Oljevsky.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
We'll have to interrupt this debate here.
Anytime you want to debate it, Chris.
No, we're not debating right now. We're voting. Je désire informer la Chambre que...
I wish to inform members. We can have the debate later, but right now it's voting time. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Seeing no raised hands, the table will now compile the results of the Honourable Member for London West.
A technical issue with my voting app, and I vote no.
Madame Kayabaga, nay.
C'est tout? Wait, okay.
That's everyone? Okay. Then the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Okay, we have to hear the vote.
Yeas pour 157, 157. Nays contre 169, 169.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated.
The deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-220 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. Redekop, moved that Bill C-220, an act to amend the Criminal Code, immigration status in sentencing, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The 10-minute voting period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Ms. Rempel-Gardner.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Ms. Kirkland.
Mrs. Conant.
Mrs. Conant.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Miss Cobinia.
Miss Cobinia.
Mrs.
Cody.
Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davis, Niagara South.
Mrs. DeReader.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. McGill. Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Marat, Kapuskasing Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Alboutev.
Mr. Aboutev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Center.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Center.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Pacta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Saint Marie.
Mr. Saint Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Shampoo.
Monsieur Shampoo.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lanceman.
Miss Lanceman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Allan.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient la motion.
All in favor on my right, please write. Sixth row on my right. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth.
Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Cinquième.
Sorry, fifth, fourth, third row, second row, first row. Could all those on my right opposed to the motion please rise? Sixth row on my right.
Kelly.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Wien.
Miss Wien.
Mr. Tumba.
Mr. Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Miss Akan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss May.
Miss
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row on my right.
Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Klassen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Troisième.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Isassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Leteau.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my right.
Miss Fry.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Vancouverton.
Mr. Vancouverton.
Madame Provo.
Madame Provo.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Belanger. Destinity Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger. Destination Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Miss Alti.
Miss Alti.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
Madame Menard.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Première.
First row on my right.
Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Miss Ojebski.
Ms. Ojewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Miss Chagger.
Miss Chager.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them. I see no raised hands. I would now ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
58 nays contre, 171, 171.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-243 on, under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Diot, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moved that Bill C-243, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act parole review, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote of those attending in person. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Diot.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conant.
Mrs. Conant.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Miss Cobina.
Miss Cobina.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Arnold.
Arnold.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Cramp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Miss Gledu.
Miss Gledu.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
First row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallam.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my right.
Oh, come on.
Fifth row on my right.
Remember when you were talking about
Fourth row.
Here.
Third row. Second row on my right. First row on my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my left. Fifth row. Fourth row.
Make sure you turn
Monsieur
around.
Barcelou-Duval.
Sorry, excusez-moi. Donc, c'est la troisième rangée.
Third row to my left.
Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row to my left.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur.
First row to my left.
You like to talk about things.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent.
All those on my right opposed to the motion on the right. Sixth row.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurtle.
Miss Hurtle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinte.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Wien.
Miss Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tessa Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row to my right.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Kodo.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Miss Akan.
Miss Akan.
Mr. Al Saud.
Mr. Al Saud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Fancy.
Mr. Fancy.
Miss Fancy, correction.
Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. May.
Miss
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mrs. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Klassen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Miss Hip.
Miss Yip.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanano.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Leiteo.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Miss
Second row on my right.
Ryan.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Franciscato.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Mr. Belanger. Destinati Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger. Destinati Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Miss Alti.
Miss Alti.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Tanzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
Madame Minard.
Mr. Dugid.
First row on my right.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Miss Ojevsky.
Ms. Ojevsky.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Chager.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Period has ended, and the House will now await. The House will now await the end of. No, that's not it. The voting period has ended. Period. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. I don't see any hands raised, so I will ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 136, 136. Nays contre 192, 192.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-242 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Canna, seconded by Mr. Brock, moved that Bill C-242, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
Commençons.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Nous procéderons maintenant.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Mr. Keurig.
Mr. Keurig.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row.
Mr. Patzer.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Miss Cobina.
Miss Cobina.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mrs. DeRieder.
Mrs. DeRieder.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row.
Arnold.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskogowuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row to my left.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row to my right.
Mr. Schmiel.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient.
All those to my right who support the motion in favor, please rise.
Rangée.
Fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row.
At my left, opposed to the motion, will please rise.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Fifth row on my left. Fourth row.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Third row on my left.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Second row on my left.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
First row on my left.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my right.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurtle.
Miss Hurtle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Mallette of Quinte.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Nathan.
Miss Wien.
Miss Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Fifth row on my right.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Ilson.
Mr. Ilson.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Miss Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschaines Thériault.
Mr. Deschaines Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss May.
Miss.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Klassen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Déteo.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Second row on my right.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Belanger, Desnati, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Destination Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Miss Alty.
Miss Alty.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaracelli.
Mr. Zaracelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
First row on my right.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Miss Oljevsky.
Miss Ojevsky.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Valdez.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. To inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 136, 136. Nays contre 193, 193.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 47 minutes. I am now ready to rule on a point of order. I'm now ready to rule on the point of order raised on March 23, 2026 by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader concerning amendments adopted in committee to Bill C-8, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act, and making consequential amendments to other acts. In his intervention, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader contended that during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, 3 amendments, CPC 2, CPC 5, and CPC 15 were adopted by the committee after having been ruled inadmissible by the chair. He argued that the 3 amendments were inadmissible on the grounds that they exceeded the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading, and requested that the Speaker review the amendments and, if found to be out of order, that they be struck from the bill. The member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake, in her intervention on the matter, suggested that the Speaker should reject the arguments of the Parliamentary Secretary on the basis that no reasoning was offered to support that the amendments were inadmissible. She then stated that the amendments in question should not be viewed as beyond the scope of the bill because they seek to impose conditions on executive decision-making by requiring prior judicial authorization for certain orders. Citing several precedents, she contended that this type of limitation to the authority of ministers has been found to be acceptable and within the scope of bills in the past. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands also intervened briefly on the matter, questioning the validity of the point of order, suggesting that determinations about amendments are ordinarily made by the committee chair and are not subject to review by the House. S'il est vrai que la présidence de la
While the Speaker generally refrains from intervening in matters that fall within a committee's authority, once a bill is reported back to the House, members may challenge the procedural admissibility of amendments adopted in committee. As is explained in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, section 16.96, quote, "Since a committee may appeal the decision of its chair and reverse that decision, it may happen that a committee will report a bill with amendments that were initially ruled out of order by its chair. The admissibility of those amendments and of any other amendments made by a committee may therefore be challenged on procedural grounds when the House resumes its consideration of the bill at report stage. The admissibility of the amendments is then determined by the Speaker of the House, whether in response to a point of order or on the Speaker's own initiative." Unquote. When specific amendments are brought to its attention, the Chair considers whether the committee acted beyond its authority in adopting the amendments and assesses amendments against the established rules governing their admissibility. The member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake is quite right in pointing out the importance of providing sufficient context when raising a point of order concerning amendments in a committee report. While the Chair is obliged to review the matter once it is raised, explanations as to why the amendments fall outside the scope of the bill assist the Chair in conducting a thorough and accurate review. In the present case, the amendments in question were initially found by the committee chair to be inadmissible on the grounds that they exceeded the scope of the bill. As explained in Section 16.74 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, quote, "An amendment to a bill that was referred to a committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill." Unquote.
The Chair has therefore carefully reviewed Bill C-8 as adopted by the House at second reading and the amendments in question to ascertain how they relate to the bill's principle and scope. The principal or main legislative objectives of the bill include strengthening Canada's national cyber security, providing new legal authorities to protect critical cyber systems and secure the telecommunications sector. The amendments in question relate to Part 1 of the bill, which amends the Telecommunications Act. Whereas the bill as introduced would give the Minister or Governor in Council new authority to make orders to accomplish the bill's legislative objectives, CPC 2 modifies the bill by requiring the Governor in Council or the Minister to first obtain authorization from a federal court judge before issuing orders under Sections 15.1, 15.2 of the Act. The amendment would also allow the judge to attach any conditions to the order that they consider appropriate. The bill as introduced also provides that an order made under Section 15.1 by the Governor and Council may include a provision prohibiting the disclosure of its existence or of its contents. CPC 5 amends the bill to require that the Governor and Council make an application to the federal court should the Governor and Council wish to prohibit the disclosure of the content of an order made under Section 15.1. Where the bill would allow the Governor and Council to determine the necessity of such a prohibition, the amendment transfers the actual ability to prohibit to the federal court instead of it being part of the order made by the Governor and Council. L'amendement CPC 15
CPC 15 effects the same transfer authority to a federal court judge, but in cases where the minister is seeking to include non-disclosure provisions to orders made under Section 15.2. In the Chair's view, these amendments relate to the overall objective, broadly stated, of strengthening Canada's national cybersecurity systems. The question, therefore, is whether they exceed the scope of the bill. While the concept of judicial oversight appears in the bill, its purpose is to review decisions already taken by the Governor and Council. The three amendments instead transfer the authority to make certain orders or to prohibit the disclosure of the content of certain orders from the executive branch to the federal court. In doing so, they confer new powers on the judicial branch that were not contemplated in the bill as adopted at second reading. The Chair finds there to be important distinctions between this case and the precedents raised by the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. In the case cited from 2006, the amendment in question did not affect the minister's power to act. Rather, it introduced a power to appeal after the fact. In the more recent example relating to Bill C-483, the amendments to the bill maintain the role for the National Parole Board, already conceived of in the legislation, but in a more limited form than was originally proposed. Both of these cases can accurately be viewed as a constraint on decision-making authority already found in each bill. In the current case, the Chair views the amendments as going beyond the imposition of a condition on the exercise of authority by the Minister or Governor in Council, transforming what were ministerial powers into judicial powers instead.
Appear to the Chair to contain new concepts that are beyond the scope of the bill, and leads the Chair to conclude that the amendments were correctly ruled inadmissible by the Chair of the committee. Therefore, I order that the aforementioned amendments CPC 2, CPC 5, CPC 15 be declared null and void and no longer form part of the bill as reported to the House. Furthermore, I am ordering a reprint of Bill C8 with the removal of the inadmissible amendments. This reprinted version will stand as the official version of the bill for consideration at report stage. I thank all members for their attention.
Thanks, Francis.
Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de documents.
Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Health concerning Bill C-234.
Act respecting the establishment and award of a Living Donor Recognition Medal. The committee studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. I also have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Supplementary Estimate C 2025 to 2026, Vote 5C under Canadian Institutes of Health Research, Vote 10C under Department of Health, Votes 1C and under Public Health Agency of Canada. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions. Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I am tabling petition E6836 certified by the petitions clerk. It has been signed by 810 individuals, and it follows up on the House of Commons vote on November 8th, having to do with the Standing Committee of Transport's report, reducing the impact of commercial shipping on shoreline erosion in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence corridor. Despite a unanimous vote in the House of Commons, the government has still not implemented the recommendations of the report, and the petitioners are particularly underscoring the first recommendation that the Government of Canada re-establish a shoreline protection program in areas where erosion is due in large part to shipping, in particular where the channel is narrow and more exposed to wake. This is a major issue in my riding, especially in the municipalities of Varennes, Verchères, and Contrecoeur. Petitioners are therefore calling upon the government to take adequate measures to do something about this phenomenon and create a relationship of trust and collaboration between the federal government and users of these waterways. Thank you.
Petitions. L'honorable député de Vimy.
The Honourable Member for Vimy.
To present petition E6951 on behalf of 1,786 Canadians, including children of the veterans buried in the Last Post Fund's National Field of Honour, plus other descendants of Canada's war veterans and friends of the cemetery. Petitioners highlight the national significance of the historic military cemetery, Canada's largest, located in Pointe-Claire, Quebec, and express concern over the ongoing financial challenges faced by the not-for-profit Last Post Fund, who are responsible for its maintenance. They call on the Government of Canada to honour and implement the Canada Strong campaign commitment to assume ownership of the cemetery, to direct Veterans Affairs and Canadian Heritage to develop a clear action plan with the Last Post Fund and timeline for its transfer to the Crown, like all our other military cemeteries, and to announce the plan by November 11, 2026, as a tribute to the service and sacrifice of all our veterans. Thank you.
Petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for York Durham.
I'm presenting a petition today, Mr. Speaker, again on Bill C9. I may sound like a broken record here, but some truths just bear repeating. Petitioners in my community are calling on the government to reverse course and not remove long-standing protections from the criminal code that protect people of faith, Canadians of faith, from reading sacred texts like the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran. The proposal by the Liberals in the Bloc would subject those Canadians to potential criminal prosecution for the simple fact of believing in a faith and expressing that belief publicly. Therefore, residents in my riding are calling on the government to withdraw this proposal, and secondly, to protect and promote religious freedom in Canada. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Pétition. Petitions. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Today I'm presenting a petition that will be circulated throughout Northern Ontario, calling for the Trans-Canada Highway 11 to be designated as a critical project of national interest to support the economic stability and security of all Canadians. Je dépose cette pétition.
I table this petition following up on requests from Canadians all along Highway 11 who are asking the highway to be designated a project of national interest for the reliable transportation and the safety of all Canadians.
Petition. The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Simcoe Grey to present a petition. The people in Clearview Township were shocked and surprised when the Department of National Defence bought a farm 750 acres off one farmer, and they're proposing an over-the-horizon radar system. We're very supportive of our military, as Baseboard is within our border. But the concern is they need another 2,600 acres, and people are extremely worried that the government, if needed for Phase 2, will expropriate those lands. So no one is interested in selling, so they are asking that they stop the building of the over-the-horizon site on the already purchased property, prevent future acquisition of prime farmland for the building of the over-the-horizon site on the prime farmland in Clearview Township, and preferably register the previously purchased property with the Ontario Farmland Trust to preserve the agricultural status. We are definitely opposed expropriation on these properties. Thank you.
Petitions. Petition. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here today on Bill C9. Canadians are concerned that Liberal bloc amendments to Bill C9 could be used to criminalize passages from the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah, and other sacred texts. The state has no place in religious texts or teachings of any faith community. Freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that must be preserved. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call to the Liberal Government of Canada to protect religious freedom, uphold the right and read and share sacred texts, and prevent government overreach into matters of faith. Thank you.
Petition. Petitions. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the people of London Fanshawe, and also on behalf of my fellow Canadians with concerns about Bill C9. The concerns is that Bill C9 could be used to criminalize passages from religious texts, including the Bible, Quran, Torah, and other sacred texts. Freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that must be preserved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. Petition. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also bring a petition addressing C9, which will be voted on later today. These Canadian citizens wish to bring to the attention of the government the fact that the Liberals and the governments have proposed removing from the criminal code safeguards that protect good faith expressions of sincerely held religious beliefs, including those based on religious texts like the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah. Canadians share their desire to combat acts that propagate and normalize hate, but this proposal would not achieve that goal and would instead result in the persecution of those who hold and express in good faith sincerely held religious beliefs. Violence and threats are by definition excluded from the scope of that protection for freedom of expression and could never be expressed in good faith. Freedom and expression and freedom of religion are fundamental freedoms worthy of protection and promotion, not persecution. So they're calling on the government to withdraw this proposal and oppose any similar proposals in the future, and to protect and promote the religious freedoms of all Canadians, uphold their right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent government overreach into all matters of faith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, Petition, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I rise to present a petition on Bill C-9. The Canadians that have signed this petition want to remind the government that they have no authority over sacred texts or teachings of any faith community. That boundary isn't negotiable. Bill C-9 oversteps it, stripping away long-standing protections that have allowed Canadians to speak and live their faith in good faith. Now, this is what the undersigned have said. Canadians are concerned that Liberal bloc amendment to Bill C-9 could be used to criminalize passages from the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, and other texts. The state has no place in the religious texts or teachings of any faith community. Freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that must be preserved. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the Liberal Government of Canada to protect religious freedom, uphold the right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent government overreach into matters of faith.
Petitions, Petition, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, dozens of constituents from the riding of Waterloo have signed this petition, and many of these applicants have lived in Canada for several years, maintaining lawful status, contributing to the economy and research sector, and repeatedly passing previous security verifications. Many of these constituents actually are Iranian nationals holding Canadian master's and PhD degrees. They are raising to the Government of Canada that they feel and believe that the security screening process for is disproportionately unclear for people who come from certain parts of the world. And so they would like to bring this matter to the government's attention. They do make the point that they have been here for an extended period of time, sometimes even 10 to 15 years before they are invited to apply for the provincial nominee program for permanent residence. So they would like the Government of Canada to look into this process, to look at the scrutiny under the security process. They want Canada to be safe, but they also want to have a fair chance to be able to establish themselves and to continue contributing to the Canadian economy as Canadian citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, Petition, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Grande Cache in my wonderful riding of Yellowhead. People are calling on the government to do one thing: restore fairness to the community. It's a remote and isolated town where everything costs more. While these are exactly the kinds of challenges that Northern Residence Deduction is meant to address, a line in the map that was drawn by a bureaucrat in Ottawa has excluded Grande Cache from the program. My constituents are simply asking for fair treatment. If Grande Cache were reclassified, a typical family with children would save about $1,200, which should be left in their pockets. Exceptions have been made in the past for other remote communities, including recently Haida Gwaii in British Columbia. The petitioners therefore call on the government to include Grande Cache in the Northern Residence Deduction Program, and I support their call and will continue to advocate on their behalf in the House. Thank you.
Petitions, Petition. So before I continue with routine proceedings, just a reminder to members that typically when we're tabling petitions, they're supposed to be all done all together, and it's not the normal practice to then go back to a member who has already tabled a petition. And therefore, I see a member rising. Do I have unanimous consent from the chamber in order that the same member may table the petition? Yes. Is it agreed? Est-ce que tous les députés...
Are all members in agreement that the member may have a second opportunity to present a petition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition submitted by the Canadians and by residents of Kitchener Centre who are deeply concerned about the treatment of the Falun Gong practitioners in Canada and China. They're calling on the Government of Canada to take these concerns seriously and to stand firmly in the defense of human rights and the safety of Canadians. I want to thank the members of the Falun Gong community for bringing this forward. I will continue to advocate for the protection of fundamental freedoms, accountability, and the safety for all Canadians. I'm honored to table this petition today. Thank you.
Petitions. Pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number Q840 to Q845 be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Is it agreed? Êtes-vous d'accord? Agreed.
Is it agreed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Mr. Speaker, I would then ask that all questions be allowed to remain standing.
Is it agreed? Is it d'accord? D'accord. So ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions this time for this production of papers be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Êtes-vous d'accord? Agreed. Agreed. So ordered. Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, Health, the Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South Public Safety, and the Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands, International Trade. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration at third reading of Bill C9, Combating Hate Act.
Madame McKnight pour Madame.
Ms. McKnight for Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Provost, moves that Bill C9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Consent to share my time with the Parliamentary Secretary of Emergency Management.
Is it agreed? Are members agreed? Agreed? Agreed, so ordered. The Parliamentary Secretary can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a great pleasure and honour for me to rise as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada to speak about and be in strong support of the government's Combating Hate Act, strong and decisive measures in Bill C9 that will protect Canadians from hate, intimidation, and violence, while fully respecting the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that make our beautiful country a beacon of democracy and inclusion. This bill is a very measured, targeted legislation. It addresses some gaps in the criminal code that leaves communities vulnerable to harassment and threats simply because of who they are, how they worship, or the spaces they gather in. Let me share the perspective of those on the front lines. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which sees these actions firsthand, said the following, and I quote, FCM welcomes federal efforts to strengthen Canada's legislative framework to protect communities from hate, including hate speech and symbols. Local leaders see firsthand how it can threaten safety, trust, and community well-being. Mr. Speaker, our party platform on page 19 made it crystal clear and a clear commitment to Canadians during the last elections. We promised to criminalize intimidation and obstruction, targeting those who simply want to access their community centres and places of worship. And we promised to strengthen protections for communities facing hate-motivated crimes. I will remind this House that Canadians, including the very brave people of Carleton, made their choice clear at the ballot box and want to see this House implement the commitments in that platform, and that's exactly what Bill C9 does. Voting against this bill is literally voting against the very same things that Canadians voted for on April 28, 2025. Here's what Bill C9 actually does. This bill protects access to community spaces and religious buildings. It creates offenses for obstructing access to buildings used primarily for religious worship or by identifiable groups, including schools, community centers, seniors' residences, and cultural spaces. It also criminalizes behavior intended to intimidate individuals trying to access these very same spaces. This ensures Canadians can attend religious services, drop their children off at school, or participate in community activities without fear. This bill creates a new standalone hate crime offense. Whether it is assault, mischief, or other criminal conduct, if it is motivated by hatred towards a protected group based on race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or other characteristics, law enforcement and courts would now have the tools to treat this hate as an integral part of the crime itself. This is about clarity, consistency, and justice for victims. This bill also codifies the Supreme Court's definition of hatred to ensure that hate-motivated conduct is addressed decisively, while at the same time ensuring that the mere criticism, offense, or disagreement is not criminalized. One, we require showing proof of an emotion of an intense and extreme nature clearly associated with vilification and detestation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this bill will criminalize the willful public display of symbol associated with hate or terrorist entities such as the Nazi Hakenkreuz. The intent to promote hatred must be present, meaning that the mere display alone is not a crime. This modernizes the law and protects communities from intimidation while willfully respecting the freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, the need for this legislation was once unanimously recognized by this House. Many elements of this bill originate from the 2024 Justice Committee report on fighting anti-Semitism, which Conservatives supported at the time. They believed in codifying the definition of hatred. They believed in establishing a standalone hate crime offense. And they once believed in safeguarding access to religious and community spaces. Yet today, in 2026, the same Conservative Party has turned its back on these very same issues. The Conservatives are clearly divided and inconsistent on this issue. That's why we do not see Quebec Conservative members standing up to speak to this legislation. They support this, but the leader is barring them from speaking. That's why no progressive Conservative member on that side of the House has spoken out on this bill. They are being told not to. So who actually emerged as the Conservative champion on the opposition to Bill C9? No, it's not their shadow Justice Minister. It is actually the member from Elgin St. Thomas, London South. It is the member who has previously dismissed the Polytechnic massacre as a fake holiday. It is the same member who defended Holocaust deniers on the radio by suggesting denying the Holocaust is just free speech. And it is still the same member who stood up to PEGIDA, a white supremacist organization, following the 2017 Quebec City mosque attack that left 6 innocent men dead, fathers, sons, and husbands murdered while praying. This is the level of moral bankruptcy guiding the Conservative opposition. It speaks volumes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada reports 4,777 incidents in 2023, a 32% increase from 2022. Religion-based hate rose 67%. Sexual orientation-based hate rose 69%. And race or ethnically based hate continues to grow. These numbers represent real Canadians living under real threat. Parents, seniors, students, and community members targeted simply for who they are. Conservatives don't want to acknowledge that hate crimes are real. They don't want to protect the most vulnerable communities. It is completely shameful. I have the privilege of sitting at the Justice Committee where, along government members, we work constructively with opposition and stakeholders to strengthen protection and clarify the law where it is needed. A for greater certainty clause was added to explicitly state that religious speech and practice is not captured by this legislation. The definition of hatred was even amended to include the word extreme, ensuring alignment with the Supreme Court rulings. Yet, despite these careful measures, the Conservative parties continue to mislead Canadians. They have tried to frame this bill as an attack on religion, claiming that preaching or teaching Scripture could be criminalized. That is categorically false. Courts have long held that 4 existing hate propaganda offenses require proof of willful intent to target an identifiable group, a very high legal threshold that peaceful religious expression has never met and never will under this bill. Instead of supporting practical protections for Canadians, Conservative members have resorted to filibusters, procedural delays, and fear-mongering, using misinformation to block its process. It is politics over people and partisan games over the safety of Canadians who face harassment and intimidation simply for living their lives. The evidence is clear, Mr. Speaker. Religious communities, LGBTQ Canadians, and rationalized groups have faced dramatic increases in hate crimes. Police and municipalities report that they lack sufficient tools to respond effectively under their current criminal code. The bill fixes that. Mr. Speaker, this is a moment for action, not delay. The Conservative Party has the choice: continue spreading fear and misinformation, or stand with Canadians who deserve to live, worship, and gather in safety. We are a government that acts decisively. This bill denounces hate, protects communities, and strengthens the law. It does so while fully respecting the freedom of religion, freedom of speech and expression, the right to protest, and while giving law enforcement the clarity and the tools they need to protect Canadians. It is time to put partisanship aside and support the Combating Hate Act. It is time to reject fear-mongering and misinformation. It is time to stand with Canadians who deserve to live, worship, and gather safely. Mr. Speaker, our communities are counting on us. Let's act. Let's pass the Combating Hate Act. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for York-Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary, and I know she's been working on this very closely on justice, is we heard the Minister of Identity and Culture say that the Bible and certain books of the Torah contain categorical hatred and that there should be discretion for prosecutors to press charges. I would like to ask her very simply whether she agrees with the Minister or not.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say right off the bat that that is not what the Minister of Heritage has said. But that being said, this bill is very important, and nothing in the bill says that if it is quoted, and the Bible is quoted, and it is not done with the willful intent to impute hatred on an identifiable group, it will not be captured. That individual or that group of people will not be captured. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. I have a point of order for the member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary may not recall. I actually have the Minister's comments. Can I get unanimous consent to table it?
Does the member have unanimous consent to table them? I hear a no. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could provide her thoughts on the damage that is caused when you have the official opposition spreading misinformation to the degree in which they have, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of C9. I think of the individuals that attend our Gurdwaras, our mosques, our temples, and so forth. And the impact, I would suggest to you, is it creates fear. And it does more damage than good. And if she can just provide her thoughts on that issue.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my member for the question. It is a very important question because there's been a lot of fear-mongering and misinformation that has been put out by the Conservative Party, and Canadians have responded in emails and fretting about, what was contained in Bill C9. C9 is there to protect Canadians. The rise in hate, I've enumerated Stats Canada has, very serious percentages of hate that's rising in our daily lives. And so C9 will come in Mr. Speaker, and protect Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable colleague for his speech. I'd like to remind this chamber that promoting hatred is to communicate publicly with the intent to strike at a group. I'd like to hear comments from my colleague about this.
La Justice.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Actually, it has to do with what is targeted in the bill specifically. That is what we will have an opportunity to vote on tonight, and I certainly hope we'll have a unanimous vote on this bill that will come to serve to protect Canadians so that Canadians can feel safe. We have one specific clause in the bill, Bill C-9, that specifically states that anyone quoting from Scripture in good faith will not be captured by this, will not be penalized.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a political exercise for a party that does retail politics very well. We know what this is aiming for. This bill does not make Canadians safe, does not help anything. Is it better for this government to enforce the legislations we have on the books when it comes to protecting people rather than doing what they're doing to divide people further?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I thank the colleague for the question. I think the colleague should revert to his party and see within his ranks, because therein lies the division on this bill that only comes in to be able to protect Canadians. On this side of the House, we are all united, and we are all for the adoption of protecting people and individuals that are every day subject to hate. So on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are unanimous. The division lies on the other side, unfortunately.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been asking for this bill for 2 years. This is a bill that I feel passionately about, and this is a bill that is desperately needed. In the last month, 3 synagogues in Toronto were shot at. Jewish institutions were shot at in Belgium, in Holland. A synagogue in Detroit was attacked with a car with a guy who was armed ramming in to the gate. And over and over and over in this world, we've seen acts of hate directed at many communities, but in particular right now, the Jewish community. In the last year, Jews were killed in Washington, D.C. because they were Jewish. They were killed in Colorado because they were Jewish. They were killed in Manchester in the UK because they were Jewish. And they were killed at Bondi Beach in December because they were Jewish and celebrating Hanukkah. And one of the ideas that is in this bill was something that I started promoting 2 years ago based off an incident in my riding, where demonstrators surrounded the Federation CGA Jewish buildings in Montreal that house the Jewish Public Library and the Holocaust Museum, and blocked people from entering the building to go hear a speaker or leaving the building after work for a period of over 3 hours while the police, the Montreal police, sat there and didn't arrest one person. Didn't arrest one person for blocking the Jewish community buildings, including the Public Library and the Holocaust Center, for hours. Then, later that week, they did the same thing outside of the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue. Yet again, nobody was arrested. And when I talked to police, well, it's not really that clear. It's not really that clear that intimidating and obstructing people from entering or leaving a building was a criminal offense that they felt comfortable charging. And so what we then said is we need a specific offense. We need a specific intimidation offense, an obstruction offense, to make sure that people have a right to enter or leave their churches, their synagogues, their mosques, their gurdwaras, their places of worship, for people to enter and leave their schools, for people to enter and leave their community centers, for people to enter and leave seniors' homes or LGBT centers. And that is in this bill. This bill affords you special protection in the event that you are a group in Canada that is seeking to worship. It allows you to know that you can enter or leave a space without protesters yelling hateful slogans and carrying terrorist symbols and screaming and yelling at you. And that, to me, is the core of this legislation. There are many parts of it, and all of them, as my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Justice, were recommended by the Justice Committee. When we did our study on anti-Semitism in 2024, a study that I had moved, we came up with different recommendations. Some were for the federal government, some were for the provincial governments, some were for municipal governments, some were for colleges and universities, some were for police. There's many jurisdictions involved in stopping hate in this country. But 4 of those recommendations, a standalone offense for hate, an intimidation offense, an obstruction offense to stop people from blocking people's access to community buildings or exit from community buildings, and something to deal with terrorist symbols and hate symbols to make it harder for people to go out in public yelling and screaming chants and holding terrorist symbols like the symbol of Hamas or Hezbollah in these demonstrations. These were all recommendations made by the committee. And when you look at the Conservative Party dissent in that report, it didn't dissent on any of those 4 issues at all. We also, in this bill, tried to deal and accommodate concerns that had been expressed. There were concerns, including from myself, related to the way hate was defined and the fact that it didn't completely reflect what Keekstra said. And we went back and we used an amendment that reflected exactly the wording of Keekstra, that requires extreme detestation or vilification to rise to the level of willfully promoting hate. While I felt that the consent of the provincial attorney general should not be needed for public prosecutions, and I personally advocated that we only amend the bill to say that the attorney general consent was required for private prosecutions, I listened to my colleagues who had concerns about the Attorney General not being needed for public prosecution. So did my other colleagues from the Liberal Party, including the Parliamentary Secretary for Justice. And we voted to remove the part of the bill that was a recommendation of the anti-Semitism report of the Justice Committee that removed Attorney General consent. We put it back. The Attorney General consent is there. And we tried our best, I think, to accommodate many reasonable comments we got from everyone. There are 2 arguments that I hear most particularly from my Conservative colleagues on this bill. The first relates to enforcement. The idea that we don't need a new bill, just enforce existing laws. Well, one of the things about enforcing existing laws is it's provinces that enforce the criminal code. In 90-some% of cases, it's provincial authorities. And the people on the ground that make the decisions as to arrests, working again, of course, with their local prosecutors, who are provincial, usually, is local police. The federal government, even the Prime Minister, cannot tell the Toronto police or the Montreal police that they have to arrest Mr. X or Mrs. Y, and can't even do what the Attorney General of the province can do, which is to provide clear instructions as to when the charge should be laid in a provincial matter. So the idea that we should then not do this because it should just be enforced means we as a federal government who can rewrite the criminal code, as a federal parliament that can rewrite the criminal code, should just do nothing. We can give our fancy words and say we're very upset that the police aren't arresting people, but we would be doing nothing. Why on earth would we do nothing when we can add specific offenses that police themselves have asked for to say it would make easier for them to actually prosecute the people we want them to prosecute who are committing hate offenses? And the idea that there is already an intimidation and obstruction offense protecting these buildings, these specific buildings, is not true. There is not. There is no standalone hate offense in the criminal code right now. This bill adds measures. And that's why it's important. And the other argument relates to removal of the defense for willful promotion of hatred. And the argument somehow that is going to mean, because one member said one thing at one committee meeting, being taken to extrapolated to believe that when someone is charged with extreme detestation or vilification, so you would have to be someone who the police arrested, the prosecutor wanted to charge because they were promoting hate willfully, which rises to a level of extreme detestation or vilification. It has to be something that is willful. The person must knowingly and intentionally want to promote hatred, and that would somehow be applied to somebody reading the Torah or reading the Bible or reading the Quran or reading any religious text is absolutely asinine. Asinine. It makes no sense. The idea that the person arrested by the police, charged by the prosecutor, agreed to by the provincial attorney general is somebody that was benignly reading a religious text or preaching a religious text. Everyone here knows that is not true. It is not true. And when you scare people and pretend that something is true, of course they're going to react. Of course they're going to sign petitions. Of course they're going to call. But it is not true. And I am someone who has always fought against the use of the notwithstanding clause. I opposed it with respect to taking away religious rights in my own province. And I even held rallies for religious freedom. So the idea that I would support something that would do that, ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, this bill is important. I encourage all of us to adopt it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Nicola. I thank my colleague for his speech. Even though we're from different parties, we've often found ourselves in agreement on a number of issues. We worked on the Justice Committee together. I really want to address something that he was speaking about at the end. And I have 2 points to make, and I'd love an on-point or response or rebuttal from him. The first is he spoke about promotion of hatred and what one of his colleagues said, and now as a cabinet colleague. So, you know, when I see somebody who says something, you know, reading from the Torah is hateful, and then that person gets promoted to cabinet, well, that's a bit of a problem. Secondly, when the Liberals go along with a block amendment talking about protecting religious people who do speak and protecting their freedom of expression, that becomes an issue. That is the concern, not what he said. Those are all laudable concerns. How would he respond to that? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Emergency Management.
I extend the same appreciation to my colleague who I often work with and very much enjoy working with. So there's 2 things that the member asked. The first thing, I have called for the repeal of the religious-based defense since early 2024 when CIJA called for it, and I agreed with them following what happened with Sharkawi in Montreal. So I have supported removing that for 2 years. It's never been successfully used in Canadian history, and the fear is that it deters prosecutors from pursuing a case against somebody who clearly willfully promotes hate in the street. Number 2, as the honourable member knows, hateful speech is not hate speech. There's a lot of things in this country that are hateful that don't rise to the level of prosecuting them under the criminal code for willful promotion of hatred, which rises to the level of detestation and vilification. And so while I may disagree with what my honourable colleague said, he never said that somehow people would be prosecuted as a result of doing what they say that he said that they, you know, that happened.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'm trying to understand how, in a secular society that we defend in Quebec, the fact that we say that no, we should not use a religious exemption to be prosecuted if there's hateful intention behind that. That's not acceptable. In Quebec, we chose secularism. That's the case today. This is not misinformation. The Criminal Code allows for a person to defend themselves under this religious exemption. My colleague, is he concerned? I mean, if he's going to read part of scripture, or if there's no threat of violence against anyone, does he really think this would in any way violate his freedom of expression?
De la gestion des urgences.
Merci beaucoup pour
Thank you to my colleague from Shefford. Certainly not. You can read any sacred writings, or you can pray or do anything. No one would be accused on the basis of having read scripture. No, the question here has to do with promoting hatred. In other words, that you will deliberately do something. You want to vilify an individual. That's the standard. So the idea that that's going to happen because I went to a church and I'm reading the Bible in church, that just makes no sense whatsoever. It's wrong, and it's not true.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mount Royal. My dad grew up in that riding, and he has been a tireless defender and an advocate for action on anti-Semitism. It is shocking to me that in a city like Guelph, members of the Jewish community are worried for their safety, and they are looking for leadership. They are looking for us to do something. So I'm asking my colleague, in this moment, this protection of access to community centers, to synagogues, I'd like him to outline how this also applies to other places of worship and why we are responding in this moment, but how it applies more broadly to protect people in their faith.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to my honourable colleague for her question. The first thing that I want to say is that this bill is, when we talk about anti-Semitism, something that has been asked for by all the main Jewish organizations in Canada: CIJA, B'nai B'rith, the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal. I mean, and I can go on and on about the Jewish organizations that support this bill and have asked for this bill because they know that they want to see actual action and not just words. This bill is action. This is changing the law to make sure that not only the Jewish community, but other faith groups and other minority groups, such as the LGBTQ+ community, are protected. Thank you.
Debate reprise. Le débat. The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to seek unanimous consent to share my time with my honourable colleague from Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Does the member have unanimous consent to split his time? Agreed. So ordered. The member can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I came to this House, I made a commitment that I would work to make Canada a freer place. I wish it weren't the case, but today I actually have to make good on that pledge. I will be voting against Bill C-9. This isn't a surprise to people who have been following the discussions we've been having over the last few months, but instead of focusing in on the fact that we are not complying with what the Liberals want us to do, the Liberals have not actually been engaging with the why. Why, not just Conservatives, but so many Canadians, including different parties in this House, are opposed to what they are doing, and it's because they see through it. Canadians know that legislation will not protect people of faith or any Canadians from hate when it exposes them to prosecution for expressing good faith religious beliefs, even political beliefs as well. All Canadians, and certainly all members of Parliament, must know what is at stake today. Under the guise of combating hate, which is a very real problem in this country, I've spoken about the murder of the Afzal family in London, a family killed because of their Muslim faith. I've spoken about the rising anti-Semitism in Canada. Egregious, despicable things every day because of laws unenforced. I've spoken about the hate facing Christians, Sikhs, Hindus. Hate is real, but it will not be combated with legislation that goes after sincerely held religious beliefs, that stifles debate, that silences dissent, that criminalizes expression, and yes, potentially even the citation of religious texts. Now, I will go back to the most important part here, because Bill C-9 was deeply flawed and very concerning when it went into the Justice Committee. It was downright dangerous when it came out. with no witness testimony, no consultation, no meaningful intervention by any of the Liberal members of the committee, the Liberal and Bloc Québécois members teamed up to remove a decades-old protection for religious speech called the Religious Defence. It was actually something that Pierre Trudeau's government put in place. Back then, Liberals understood the importance of freedom of expression and religious freedom. And I will say that even Liberal MPs see the danger of Bill C-9. I'd like to quote the Liberal Member of Parliament for Nunavut, who said, "This bill seems to be more about criminalizing people who speak out than it is about addressing the growing racism against racialized people." The Liberal Member of Parliament for Nunavut also said the bill has the potential to criminalize peaceful protesters and legitimate dissent. Right. Now that's actually quite interesting, because that member actually voted in favor of the report stage on Bill C-9 just a couple of days ago. The Liberals have stifled even dissent within their own ranks on this bill, just as they have censored debate and dialogue in this House, limiting our discussion at third reading to just a couple of hours of debate on a Wednesday afternoon. Not even one full day, one half day of debate, Mr. Speaker. Now, I had the great privilege yesterday, alongside dozens of members of Parliament from different parties, of attending the National Prayer Breakfast in Ottawa. This was my first time doing so as a Member of Parliament, my first time as actually attending at all. The Leader of the Opposition was there, spoke very eloquently about the role of faith in Canadian society, and I was grateful to see even the Prime Minister there. Yet one day after, standing with nearly 2,000 people of faith from across the country, the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party are putting forward legislation, passing it through the very final stage of the process in the House of Commons that will erode long-standing protections for religious speech. One thing that I think is so important to stress is how faith unites Canadians. Faith itself. I'm not talking about one religion, I'm not talking about one denomination. I have had, in the course of the last few months, doing consultations that the Liberal government never did with faith communities affected by this, to speak to imams, rabbis, pastors, priests, civil society activists, lawyers that specialize in the Constitution. I've spoken to so many people. And one thing that was so apparent as I spoke to faith leaders was how people of faith have so much more in common with each other in terms of what they value. I had a joke that I shared a couple of times, Mr. Speaker. I hope you'll forgive me for repeating material. I haven't shared it in this chamber before. I had 20 faith leaders, and I said between them, I could probably find 25 different opinions on theology. Because people of faith do have differences on what this scripture means, on what we're commanded to do in this sense or in that. And the great thing about religious freedom, if the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals were truly serious about secularism, it would mean that people of faith have the freedom without state intervention to have those discussions, to have those debates. Which is why people of faith have united against Bill C-9. There's been a declaration that has been circulating among Christian churches and groups. As of today, I believe it has 800 organizations, Christian organizations representing nearly 1 million people, who have signed on opposing Bill C-9. Just this week, 89 Quebec civil society organizations signed a letter. Again, the Bloc Québécois tries to tell us that there is consensus on this, but even in Quebec, that's not true. 350 Muslim organizations 2 weeks ago. Dozens of Orthodox Jewish rabbis from the Rabbinical Council of Toronto. The entire Abrahamic faith community understands that Bill C-9 will not protect them if it is jeopardizing their religious beliefs. Now, we prepared to accept, and we understood the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois had made their deal. We knew the bill was going to pass. We wanted to minimize as much as possible the harm. The Liberals rejected every single effort to do so. They rejected our offer to set aside the divisive bill so that real consultation could take place and instead focus on other justice priorities. They said no. We offered up stakeholder concerns made in good faith for the Liberals to incorporate them. They ignored it. We offered language affirming charter freedoms to be put in the bill. They rejected it. We offered to split the bill, speedily passage the things that no one takes issue with. They said no. They have said no to people of faith. They've accused people of faith effectively of being so dumb that they can't understand for themselves what's happening. They're saying that they know better than all of the organizations, all of the people that have been calling our offices, emailing our offices, engaging in good faith with the government on this, trying to anyway. They're saying they know better. And this is something that is so deeply offensive, not just to people of faith, but to all Canadians who value freedom of expression and freedom of religion. We've heard comments about how this defense should not exist because it's not necessary because of the Charter. But then we also hear the contradictory argument that the religious defense shouldn't exist because it's unfair. It gives people of faith an unfair advantage in law. So those pushing Bill C-9 in its current form are saying two opposing things. That C-9, in removing the religious defense, does nothing, so we don't need to worry about it, and it does something that's so important we can't not do it. And in the months of discussion about this, no one in the Liberal Party has been able to answer that. Even today, I have no idea if the Minister of Justice will truly defend the removal of the religious defense, if his parliamentary secretary will, because they have not wanted to so far. So we are calling on the Liberals once and for all to do the right thing. But I want to tell the Canadians who have been speaking out that they have been heard. Your voices have been heard and are so important. And while we will fight to ensure this bill does not become law, if we are not successful, we will not give up. I will not give up. I will always stand for religious freedom. I will always stand for freedom of expression. I will always commit to repealing any Liberal censorship law in whatever form it comes in, now and forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I too will stand up for religious freedom. I do that all the time, and I'm going to be voting in favor of the legislation. Because the Charter of Rights guarantees every Canadian the right to freedom of religion. It's in our Constitution. There is nothing that is happening that's taking away the religious rights of individual Canadians that is not there today. There is a great deal of misinformation that's being circulated to create what I would suggest to you is a false fear. My question to the member opposite, can he provide his thoughts on the Charter of Rights? Does he believe in Canada's Charter of Rights?
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to have an illustration of what I mentioned in my speech. This is the Liberals doing the it doesn't do anything, so therefore there's no point in opposing it argument, to which I'd say what's the harm in leaving it in? I absolutely believe in the rights enumerated in our Charter. I only wish the Liberal government had the same view. If they did, they wouldn't be appealing the Emergencies Act decision to the Supreme Court, in which two courts have said they violated the Charter rights of Canadians despite pretending that that was never going to happen and could never happen. They made the same arguments when they invoked the Emergencies Act, that the Charter will protect you from bad laws. And here we are, they're saying the same things about Bill C-9.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette-Matawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Freedom of expression and freedom of religion are basic rights. However, collectively, we have decided that freedom of expression should not go as far as fomenting hatred. This is not a matter of mere differences of opinion or mere insults. Inciting hatred is something that is not trivial. The idea here is getting rid of the religious exemption in the criminal code for this offense to continue to guarantee freedom of speech and religion, but not going as far as inciting hate. In October 2024, preacher Adil Sharkawi said that Jews should die when he made a so-called prayer at a protest in Montreal. The Director of Public Prosecution stated that he could not prosecute. And that is why this change is being made. So yes, we support freedom of expression and freedom of religion, but not if it goes so far as to engage in the offense of inciting hate. Does my colleague believe that preacher Adil Sharkawi was right to be able to call for the death of Druze without being prosecuted?
Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, I've answered this question from the bloc so many times, I wish they would listen to my response. The case of Adil Sharkawi was a failing in political leadership and prosecutorial discretion. The religious defense was never cited by prosecutors as being a rationale for not charging Sharkawi, and more importantly, the religious defense does not apply to any criminal code offenses dealing with violence, threats to violence, or calls to genocide. I think the political leadership problem is at issue here, and in many of the other cases involving the brazen anti-Semitism. But the religious defense only applies to good faith expression. So when you remove it, you are only removing protections for people making religious expressions in good faith.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ponoka-Didsbury.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech again and for the hard work that he's done on this. I know the folks in my riding of Ponoka-Didsbury certainly appreciate his efforts and the efforts of the Conservative team. We heard a little while ago from the member, I believe the riding is Mount Royal, who cited a whole bunch of examples of why this piece of legislation is needed. Yet when you look at the criminal code, Section 264 deals with harassment, where people fear for their safety and their communities. Mischief is Section 430, which interferes with people's lawful enjoyment of property. Intimidation is Section 423, deals with obstruction or coercion or making people feel fearful. Plus, there's already the hate speech provisions that we already know about in the criminal code. So does any of the arguments that the Liberals are using to pass Bill C-9 hold water at all?
Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Well, the short answer to that is no, and I would actually point out that the member for Mount Royal was urged by former Liberal Member of Parliament Irwin Cotler to consider leaving the Liberal Party because of anti-Semitism in the Liberal Party. So if he wants to talk about inaction, he needs to look around at his colleagues. This Liberal government has no moral high ground to be the arbiters of hate, and let's face it, Canadians don't trust them to draw a line that will not be used to silence dissent.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat, the Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today for the second time this week to speak to Bill C-9. After the Liberals rammed it through committee at this House and censoring debate on their own censorship bill. At third reading, we are no longer deliberating intentions, we are deciding consequences. And the consequence of Bill C-9 as it now stands is clear. A fundamental change to Canada's criminal code that the Liberals have never been able to properly justify even today. Let us be clear at the outset. Conservatives believe that hate is real. We believe that Canadians of every faith deserve to be safe in their communities and free from intimidation, violence, and harassment. But what we are dealing with today is not simply a bill about protecting communities. It is a bill that has been altered mid-debate in a way that raises serious legal, constitutional, and moral concerns, and a government that still refuses to explain why. The central issue before the House is the removal of the religious defense from Section 319 of the Code, a protection that has existed for 56 years. This government did not campaign on removing it, nor was it in the original bill or even introduced after broad consultation. It appeared late in the process through an amendment supported by the Liberals and the Bloc, and since that moment, Canadians have been asking one simple question: why? And to this day, not one member of this Liberal Party have been able to give a clear answer. What we have heard instead are shifting justifications, vague references, and an inability to articulate why a long-standing defense, one that was formed part of the legal balance in Canada's hate speech laws since 1970, should suddenly be removed. Meanwhile, outside this chamber, Canadians have been speaking, and Mr. Speaker, they've been speaking so loudly. Civil liberties organizations, legal experts, faith communities across this country have all raised concerns. We are not talking about a narrow group or a fringe issue. We are talking about millions millions of Canadians, constituting Jews, Christians, Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, and others, who have spoken out against this change and directly wrote to every single Liberal MP on the other side of this House. As was noted in committee and in submissions, Canadians hold a wide range of beliefs that some may not disagree with, but in a free society, disagreement is not grounds for criminalization. That is the principle that has guided our law for decades, and yet this government is now proposing to remove one of the key safeguards that protects that principle. Christine Van Gen of the Canadian Constitution Foundation put it clearly in her analysis of this bill. She warned what is being proposed here is not simply a technical adjustment, but rather a fundamental shift. She wrote that removing the religious defense would gut the defense that protects good faith religious opinion or speech rooted in religious texts, and cautioned that the Liberals do not have justification for dismantling a safeguard that protects millions of Canadians from state intrusion into matters of faith. That, Mr. Speaker, is the core issue. Parliament does not legislate for the most extreme example. It legislates for the millions of ordinary Canadians whose rights depend on the clarity and balance of our laws. Van Gen also pointed to something even more significant: the constitutional foundation of the law itself. In the Supreme Court's decision of Keegstra, the hate propaganda provisions were upheld because of the statutory defenses, including the religious defense. She notes the court viewed these defenses as essential to ensuring that the law minimally impairs freedom of expression. Remove that safeguard, and you do not simply change the law, you risk undermining the very basis on which it was upheld. That is not a theoretical concern, that is a constitutional reality. And yet, despite these warnings, these concerns, and the clearer need for careful study, what did the government do? It shut down debate. Through its programming motion, the government forced this bill through committee. Clause-by-clause consideration resumed under conditions where no further debate was permitted, no amendments could be meaningfully examined, and even the reading of the amendments themselves were curtailed. This is legislation that affects the criminal code, the most serious law that we have, and it was rushed through without scrutiny it demands for political reasons only. This raises a deeper question. If the government is confident in this change, why not defend it? Why not allow it to be debated? Why not hear from Canadians and test the arguments openly? Instead, what we've seen is a government that has chosen speed over scrutiny, process over principle, and politics over clarity. We also need to be clear about what this change actually does. Calls to violence, incitement of hatred, those are already illegal in Canada and have been so for decades. They are not protected by the religious defense. They never have been. What this defense does do is protect good faith religious expression. As Van Gen wrote, quote, "Religious expression is messy, symbolic, and deeply human. These are precisely the areas where the criminal law must not tread," end of quote. That is a line we are now being asked to cross. And once crossed, it is not easily redrawn. This is not about protecting hate. This is about protecting the boundary between the state and the conscience of the individual. It is about ensuring that in Canada, the government does not become the arbiter of theology. This debate ultimately comes down to a question of principle, not whether hate should be condemned, as it should be, not whether Canadians should be safe, that they must be, but whether Parliament is prepared to remove a long-standing defense for freedom of expression and freedom of religion without clear justification, without proper debate, and in the face of widespread concern from Canadians, because that is exactly what this bill now does. It removes a safeguard that has existed for more than 50 years. It does so after limiting the very debate that is meant to test such a change. But today, Conservatives are offering this Liberal government one more opportunity to get this right. Through our motion, we are asking that Bill C-9 be sent back to committee for one simple purpose: to restore the religious defense in Section 319 of the Code, protections that have long safeguarded good faith religious expression in Canada. That is a reasonable, targeted fix that responds directly to the concerns raised by the broad range of religious communities and civil liberty advocates from across this country. It preserves the ability to combat hate while maintaining the constitutional balance that has guided Canadian law for decades. The question now is simple. Will this Liberal government listen? Will it listen to the legal experts who have raised constitutional concerns? Will it listen to the millions of Canadians who have spoken out? Or will it continue down a path of rushed legislation, limited debate, and unnecessary division? Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will always proudly stand for freedom of expression and freedom of religion, full stop. And today we are giving this Liberal government one final opportunity to stand with us to restore these protections, to respect the concerns of Canadians, and to ensure that our criminal code reflects both justice and freedom. Now, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: Bill C-9, an act to amend the criminal code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places, be not now read a third time, but referred back to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 4 with a view to amend the bill so as to restore paragraph 319 sub 3 sub b and paragraph 319 sub 3.1 sub b of the Act in order to preserve long-standing safeguards for good faith religious expression, address concerns raised by a broad range of religious communities across Canada, and protect freedom of expression and religion under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Brock, seconded by Mr. Launton, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: Bill C-9, an act to amend the criminal code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 4 with the view to amend the bill so as to restore paragraph 319.3b and paragraph 319.3.1b of the Act in order to preserve the long-standing safeguards for good faith, religious expression, address concerns raised by a broad range of religious communities across Canada, and protect freedom of expression and religion under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. After careful consideration, the amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's an interesting amendment. I'm not going to be supporting the amendment, obviously, because yet again, it's another attempt by the Conservative Party of Canada to filibuster. They know. They talk about limiting speech. Get serious. This has been on the table. It's been hours of debate, whether it's in committee, whether it's been in the chamber. Let's be very clear. The Conservative Party does not want the legislation ever to pass. It required the government to get the support of another opposition party in order to be able to have the motion that we have today. We know that it has nothing to do with religious freedoms. It has more to do with the Conservative drive to raise more money. That's what this is all about for the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. Speaker. The Charter guarantees the rights of religion through, Mr. Speaker. We know that. My question to the member is, how many hours does he believe it would require before the Conservative Party would ever concede defeat and allow the legislation to pass?
The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through all that bluster and noise, again, you know, I thought I opened up the door for any member of that Liberal government to stand up and speak directly to the millions of Canadians who are impacted and concerned about the position this Liberal government is taking, is why the bill was never drafted to include the removal of a 56-year-old defence. What were the circumstances that caused this government to have a backroom deal with the Bloc Québécois to now remove that defence? Why can this member not justify that reason?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. We are debating this proposal. The committee has already debated it in good faith. An interpretation clause was proposed. We also paused the study on C9 to study C14 based on a Conservative request. Then when we tried to come back to C9, they filibustered it. Of course, they won't call it a filibuster, but that's what it is. Let's call a spade here. They're filibustering. They're filibustering in bad faith. This is a time when hate crimes are on the rise, and the government must send a message to say, no, people cannot hide behind the religious exemption. Yet the Conservatives continue to filibuster.
Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, but sadly, and she's probably not surprised by this, I certainly don't agree with anything that she had to say, because the Justice Committee did not debate this particular amendment in good faith. There were no witnesses called. There were no expressions by any Liberal members to support the Bloc amendment. The only person that raised it was the Bloc representative on the Justice Committee. He himself did not call any witnesses to justify why Canada was ready to remove a 5-decade-old offence. That's the question that needs to be answered. Why?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for not only his speech but his avid defence of religious freedom in this chamber and at committee and across this entire country. Mr. Speaker, I was listening to the arguments from the Liberal government, and they seem to not take religious freedoms seriously. They chalk it up to a fundraising scheme. I was wondering if my honourable colleague could lay out exactly why a defense of religious freedoms is so important, because it seems that the Liberals don't understand why it's fundamental to our country.
Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
I thank my colleague for that excellent question. This country is rooted in faith. We've got faith communities and faith organizations right across this country. And they do not accept for 1 minute this Liberal narrative. You have nothing to worry about Canadians, nothing to worry about faith communities. You are still protected by the Charter. It's that same false, erroneous argument they sold to Canadians when they invoked the Emergencies Act. They've got their hands slapped twice, that they breached a number of constitutional rights. I suspect even if the Supreme Court of Canada agrees to hear this case, they're going to get their hands slapped again. Canadians don't trust this Liberal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Vancouver East. Mr. Speaker, to put it bluntly, I'm not convinced that this legislation, Bill C9, an act to amend the criminal code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places is necessary. I find it strange, therefore, that after months of making other legislation a priority, the government now wants to make this a priority. And given the track record for this Liberal administration, I'm also not convinced that this bill will change anything. The reason I say that is because we already have laws on hate crimes in Canada designed to protect vulnerable communities and people. The laws are clear. The crime is well defined. What is lacking is the political will to ensure that the laws are properly enforced. New legislation is just meaningless words without enforcement. According to the Criminal Code, I quote, "Every person who advocates or promotes genocide is guilty of indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term of not more than 5 years," end quote. The code defines genocide as an act committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part any identifiable group, namely A, killing members of the group, or B, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction. An unidentifiable group means any section of the public distinguished by color, race, religion, national or ethnic origin, age, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or mental or physical disability. That seems pretty clear to me. As well, everyone who, by communicating statements in any public place, incites hatred against any identifiable group where such incitement is likely to lead to a breach of the peace is guilty of indictable offense and is liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, or an offense punishable on summary conviction. That's also clear. Additionally, everyone who, by communicating statements other than in private conversation, willfully promotes hatred against any identifiable group is guilty of indictable offense and is liable to imprisonment for a term of not exceeding 2 years, or an offense punishable on summary conviction. The laws are already there. What we have not seen recently is a willingness by police to lay charges, perhaps because there's no political will to enforce Canadian law against certain vocal groups. This selective enforcement has made things worse, not better, as some groups feel the law does not apply to their statements or their action. The Criminal Code, also beyond the condemnation of general expressions of hateful speech, to take aim at one of the biggest problems facing Canadian society, which is anti-Semitism. Everyone who, by communicating statements other than in private conversation, willfully promotes anti-Semitism by condoning, denying, or downplaying the Holocaust is guilty of indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, or is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction. It is already there, but the government has chosen not to enforce the law of the land. Why does the Liberal Party believe things will change by adding another law that probably has no intention of enforcing? Do we not have more important things to do than to waste our time with virtue signaling? Our current laws include a number of exemptions to the hate crime provisions. According to the Criminal Code, I quote, "No person should be convicted of an offense if he establishes that the statements communicated were true, or if, in good faith, the person expressed or attempted to establish by an argument an opinion on a religious subject or an opinion based on a belief in religious text," end quote. Other exemptions are if the statement were relevant to any subject of the public interest, the discussion of which was for the public benefit, and if, while on reasonable grounds, he believed them to be true, or if, in good faith, he intended to point out for the purpose of removal matters producing or tending to produce feelings of hatred toward an identifiable group in Canada, end quote. These have long been seen as reasonable exemptions. The Supreme Court recognized this defense as necessary to keep Canada's hate speech laws constitutional, understanding how crucial freedom of expression and freedom of religion are. When it was introduced, Bill C-9 had a similar provision for the display of hate symbols, allowing that, I quote, no person should be convicted of an offense if the display of the symbol was for a legitimate purpose, including a legitimate purpose related to journalism, religion, education, or art that is not contrary to the public interest, or if, in good faith, the display of the symbol was intended to point out, for the purpose of removal, matters producing or tending to produce feelings of hatred toward an identifiable group in Canada, end quote. In unnecessary piece of legislation that duplicates what was already found in the criminal code, at least there was the understanding that sometimes there can be legitimate disagreement as to what just is hateful. But now, the government, in a shameful attempt at gaining the votes they need to pass this deeply flawed bill, are willing to throw out the constitutional guarantee of religious freedom in public discussion to pass bad legislation. If they have no intention of actually enforcing this anti-hate bill anymore than they do existing criminal code provisions that may not matter, except any assault on freedom of religion matters. We should not be casually doing away with constitutionally protected freedoms, especially not for political expediency. The constituents of Edmonton Manning are opposed to this legislation and opposed to removing the religious defense from the hate crimes section of the criminal code. When I spoke on this bill previously, I noted that the question we need to ask ourselves in this House is, how can we best respond to hatred? Legislation such as Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, may provide a criminal code framework for punishment, but is punishing people for their ideas and beliefs going to change those beliefs? We have a responsibility to protect Canadians, especially vulnerable Canadians, from being harassed by those whose motivation is hate. It is our responsibility to find a balance between free speech and individual rights. Ask yourself, does this bill do that? This legislation will not make Canadians safer. It will certainly not protect anyone, least among them people of faith, from hate. Rather than wasting time on this flawed bill, the government should enforce the anti-hate legislation already on the books. That is something the people of Canada would support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've had the opportunity to express what I believe is the motivating factor for the Conservative Party in dealing with C-9, that being one of the Conservative parties using a fear factor in order to generate money for their political party, in order to generate support, but it's all based on social media misinformation, emails, both to build a data bank and to raise money based on disinformation. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts about the Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which actually guarantees freedom of religion.
Hear, hear.
So people of faith do not have to worry about the freedom of religion.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
I'm really thankful to the Honourable Member for basically repeating what I said. We do have laws in place that protect the freedom of Canadians, freedom of expression and freedom of religion and all that. But the government is refusing to enforce those laws and trying to do a communication, political piece of legislation that intent for them to gain some votes towards, in some areas, towards certain segment of the society. This government is an expert in retail politics. That's what they do best, and this one is no different from others that they've introduced into this House.
The Honourable Member for Joliette Manawan. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are currently noting an increase in hate speech and actions motivated by health. Promoting hatred is increased. The promotion of hatred is increasing. We're seeing Jewish communities targeted. Adil Sharkawi had urged people to kill Jews during a protest event. In the criminal code, it is an offense to promote hatred. Why should we allow, under a religious exemption, to the option to promote hate? Why not just prevent it entirely?
I thank the Honourable Member for his question. I feel for the Bloc Québécois because the Liberals will be sharing those vote gaining in certain places with them. On the side of the question, the laws are in place. We need the enforcement. There is no political will out there by the current government to enforce the laws. If the political will was there, we won't see attacks on synagogues or mosques or churches. If the government have any intention of protecting those religious institutions, we will see that by them emphasizing on the political will to make sure that we enforce the laws that we have in place.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few minutes ago, the Honourable Member from Brantford, the Shadow Minister for Justice, proposed that this bill in an amendment be sent back to committee. And the reason is a simple one. There are 15 faith-based, at least 15 faith-based organizations in this country who have asked that this bill be reconsidered in its current form. These faith-based organizations represent collectively millions of Canadians who are concerned about this bill. Does the Honourable Member agree that this should be sent back to committee, have witnesses at least come in and talk about their concerns, and then perhaps some more amendments can be made that makes the bill palatable to Canadians, because as it stands today, this bill is not. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
I definitely agree with the Honourable Member. Thanks for the question. I think there's no will with the government to do any of that. Actually, the by-election is coming sooner than in Quebec, and that's where they're rushing this through to make sure that there's no further amendments. If this bill is to a value to this government, they would have allowed more consultation and more amendments to take place, so we can have a better piece of legislation than a useless one like the one we have in place right now.
We have time for very brief questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City, about 30 seconds.
There's a deep irony in the heart of this bill, and the government claims it's about protecting Canadians from harm, and yet the first thing they did was remove the good faith protection that ensured Canadians could express their religious beliefs without fear. So I ask my colleague, why does he think this government is so determined to remove good faith from the law and from this debate?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning, an equally brief response.
I thank my honourable colleague and friend here. That's exactly the big question. This government always do something and say something and do the opposite. This is one of the same symptoms that we've seen so far in the last 10 years. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to affirm a central New Democrat principle, that we must take real, meaningful action to confront hate in Canada without undermining the fundamental freedoms that define our democracy. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association and more than 40 civil society organizations raised the red flag that the language in Bill C-9. And I quote, they say that it could be used to criminalize peaceful protest and silence unpopular expression. Instead of meaningfully addressing these concerns, the truncated committee process did very little to improve the bill and actually made the bill worse by removing the Criminal Code's good faith religious defense without putting any adequate measures in its place, end quote. New Democrats couldn't agree more. We understand that both the urgency of addressing hate and the necessity of protecting civil liberties. Let me be clear. Hate is real. It is rising. It is harming communities across this country, racialized communities, Indigenous peoples, and members of the 2S LGBTQ2+ IA community. But the legislation must be precise, effective, and just. It must target the actual sources of harm, not cast a wide net that risks criminalizing legitimate expression and dissent. And that is why we continue to have serious concerns with the bill before us. In fact, the member from Nunavut, on behalf of the NDP, tabled amendments at committee to try and address some of those concerns, but all those amendments failed. The NDP position, as articulated by the member from Nunavut, remains the same. The NDP, quote, and let me quote her, the NDP believes the federal government must take comprehensive action to fight the rising tide of hate in Canada. Yes, we need to combat hate, but we do not need to criminalize people speaking up, and we definitely do not need to keep them jailed for longer. I am disappointed that this bill does not address the violent activities of the growing white nationalist movement. The Liberals' failure to include that aspect in this bill leaves racialized communities, Indigenous communities, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ community without the necessary tools to combat the largest source of hatred in Canada. We are in polarizing times for many reasons. People are either for or against Palestine. They're either for or against Israel. Our public discourse must not give us fear that we will be criminalized. This bill seems to be more about criminalizing people who speak out than it is about addressing the growing racism against racialized people, end quote. Speaker, this is a profound critique and one we must take seriously. In fact, at committee, this important question was asked of the minister from the member from Nunavut, and I quote, Wet'suwet'en land defenders were criminalized. Nunavut land defenders were on the verge of being criminalized. Why? It was because they were protesting government decisions. It's in about a week in 2024, between August 29th and September 8th, Canadian police killed 6 First Nations peoples. Racialized people in this country have a similar experience with law enforcement. This bill requires that Canadians trust that the police will know when an action is motivated by hate and when it is not. Could the minister respond by sharing what safeguards protesters will have that ensure that law enforcement does not use these new powers to criminalize protesters, end quote. Well, no satisfactory answer was provided by the minister, and this is not just theoretical. Just yesterday, CBC exposed the RCMP's, quote, native extremism program, end quote, where dozens of First Nations leaders were put under surveillance by the RCMP, labeled as extremists. Not based on credible threats, but a sweeping, intrusive campaign that treated legitimate political advocacy for land rights, self-determination, and fair treatment as something to be monitored, controlled, and even disrupted, with jaw-dropping intelligence dossiers stuffed with documents, wiretaps, paid informants, covert operatives with code numbers. The operation aimed to divide movements, withdraw funding, and interfere with organizing in violation of their right to the freedom of association and political expression and privacy. Let us be very clear, in a democracy, disagreement is not a threat. It is a necessity. Protest is not a crime, it is a right. Indigenous leaders fighting for their land rights, for self-determination, fair treatment is not extremism. Bill C-9 opens the door wide open for Canada's institutions to continue to engage in these nefarious operations. How can we be certain that those who dare to oppose the government's Bill C-5 on major projects that has already trampled on the rights of Indigenous peoples will not be criminalized under Bill C-9? And as the member from Nunavut further noted, and I quote, New Democrats are concerned with vague language in this bill because once broad definitions are on the books, they can easily be weaponized against groups, end quote. And she further noted that, quote, on freedom of assembly, any protest that is loud enough or disruptive enough would be seen as meeting this criterion. Speaker, peaceful protest is a cornerstone of democratic engagement. If legislation creates a chilling effect, if people begin to fear that speaking out could lead to criminal consequences, then we have fundamentally altered the nature of a public discourse. Canada already recognizes that free speech has limits. We recognize that free speech can go too far and cross a line, like when it incites violence against an identifiable group. That threshold exists for a reason. Lowering it, as this bill proposes, risks capturing conduct that should remain protected. We must be cautious not to conflate offensive speech with criminal conduct. New laws in Canada must protect communities without perpetrating or creating new injustices. Bill C-9 creates new criminal offenses based on vague and subjective standards, particularly on the idea of causing fear. Let us be honest about what that means in practice. It means police officers in the moment deciding what counts as fear. It means broad discretion. It means inconsistent enforcement. And in this country, we know exactly how that story goes. It is Indigenous land defenders who are arrested and surveilled. And we have seen historically and recently how activists have been monitored and movements disrupted by law enforcement. It is racialized communities who are over-policed. It is activists and protesters who are treated as threats, not because the laws say so explicitly, but because vague laws are applied unevenly. This is not justice. The member from Nunavut is correct to say that, quote, the bill is in its current form gives too much discretionary power to law enforcement, allowing for subjectivity, end quote. Speaker, I should know that Canada is not starting from zero when it comes to addressing hate. And as pointed out by the member from Nunavut, quote, there are existing laws that addresses hate. Hate is already an aggravating factor in sentencing. End quote. In fact, the criminal code already contains robust provisions, including offenses related to disturbing religious worship, mischief against religious property, criminal harassment, uttering threats, intimidation. So what is this bill actually doing? And the member from Nunavut rightly pointed out, the bill would increase maximum sentences to 5 years, 10 years, 14 years, and even up to life imprisonment. So let me be very clear. There is no credible evidence that longer sentences deter hate crimes. None. What reduces crime is prevention, is stability, it is investment in community, housing, mental health care, education, opportunity. Evidence-based policy requires us to ask whether these measures will actually reduce harm or simply expand the reach of the criminal justice system in ways that may be counterproductive. I conclude by returning to where I began. New Democrats are committed to fighting hate unequivocally. We believe in protecting communities, confronting extremism, and building a more inclusive society. But we also believe in getting this policy right. We believe that legislation must be targeted, evidence-based, and consistent with the Charter. And it must address real threats like organized white nationalist violence, not cast overly broad nets that risks infringing on fundamental freedoms. And that's why, as noted by the member from Nunavut, when she wore the NDP banner, quote, with all the alarm bells going off about this bill, the NDP cannot support it in its current form. Speaker, that remains our position. The NDP will not support measures that compromise the civil liberties, expand punitive approaches without evidence, or fail to address the root causes of hate. Canadians deserve better. The NDP will remain principled and firm on the issue, and we will oppose Bill C-9.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the speech and the comments from the member opposite. As a member from Hamilton, we have a very strong activist community that push the boundary on a number of issues, and as they should have every right to do, and I appreciate their contributions. However, in this context, I want to focus in on the members' comments about white nationalist and white supremacy movements growing in Canada. That's something that we've seen in Hamilton. There's been a number of white supremacist rallies, masked thugs in public with symbols of hate. Why would she be opposed to taking stronger action against that? Thank you.
The member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality, of course, is that we already have laws in place. The criminal code already targets hate and incitement of hate. What is needed, of course, the government in investing in the enforcement of those kinds of activities. And what we have seen, actually, is the Liberal government actually taking budget-cutting measures to make sure enforcement is in place. We need to make sure that we see what goes into the courts results in justice for the people. So changing the laws, though, and then further criminalizing people who want to exercise the democratic right to the freedom of speech and to freedom of expression is wrong.
Comments from a member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what we also need are politicians with the backbone that stands behind law enforcement to enforce hate crimes in this country. But that's another subject. I want to go back to what the honourable member said about the member from Nunavut. She cited several examples from that member in her opposition to this bill. She's crossed the floor in about 30 minutes. I suspect that she's going to be voting for this bill. I'm not sure how the member from Nunavut can reconcile that, and I'm interested in the honourable member's opinion on that as well.
The member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much to the member for the question. For me, as a New Democrat, my principles don't change. And, people change their political colors. We've seen it in this House quite regularly, both from the Conservative side crossing over to the Liberals and from the NDP side crossing over to the Liberals. The question then remains for them is this: or do their principles remain intact? Are they true to what they believe in? So those comments that I cited in this House from the member from Nunavut, I believe them, and they were valid criticisms of the government. And more than ever, we need principled stands, and I remain, and the New Democrats will remain and take principled stands on Bill C-9. I hope those who cross the floor will do so as well.
The
honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I listen to this speech and I see that the federal regime does not fit the Quebec reality. Secularism is critical, deeply rooted in Quebec values since the Quiet Revolution, Mr. Speaker. So this is very real. My question, for an individual to be convicted under the provisions of the criminal code and jurisprudence, there is a high bar. The speech has to be voluntary, striking at a specific group, expressing profound detestation, exposing people to hatred, and that these comments could be interpreted as such in the circumstances. To my colleague, a protest, does that meet that standard? Aren't the rulings already clear on this?
East, a very brief response.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. Look, the rules are there and the laws are there, and the judges will make those decisions. The problem with Bill C-9, of course, is it's so subjective, it's so vague, and that it allows for law enforcement to interpret it however the way they interpret it. And there rests the problem. And so if we want to bring in precise law, let's do so. Let's not rush this through. Instead of actually whamming through and bringing in the guillotine, let's have honest, true debate on the issue.
Order, it being 6:02 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, March 10th, 2026, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur Fraser, appuyé par Madame Provost, propose que le...
Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Provost, moved that Bill C-9, an act to amend the criminal code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places be now read a third time and do pass.
Monsieur Brock, appuyé par Monsieur Lawton, propose l'amendement suivant. que la motion soit modifiée par substitution.
Mr. Brock, seconded by Mr. Lawton, moves the following amendment.
Code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 4 with a view to amend the bill so as to restore paragraph 319 3b and paragraph 319 3.1b of the Act in order to preserve long-standing safeguards for good faith religious expression, address concerns raised by a broad range of religious communities across Canada, and protect freedom of expression and religion under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Si un député participant en personne
If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members. Convoquez les députés.
seconded by Ms. Provost, moved that Bill C-9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places, be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Brock, seconded by Mr. Lawton, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for the purposes of reconsidering Clause 4 with the view to amend the bill so as to restore paragraph 319.3b and paragraph 319.3.1b of the Act in order to preserve long-standing safeguards for good faith religious expression, address concerns raised by a broad range of religious communities across Canada, and protect freedom of expression and religion under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. For members participating in person, all those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Guglimin.
Mr. Guglimin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Miss Cronus.
Miss Cronus.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à l'amendement.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Miss Oljevsky.
Ms. Oljevsky.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Miss Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Miss Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Belanger. Desnati, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Miss Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
Madame Minard.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Letao.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Clausen.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschaines Thériault.
Monsieur Deschaines Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallette Bay of Quinty.
Miss Minabaugh.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Ms. Naughton.
Miss Whean.
Ms. Whean.
Miss O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr.
Saney?
Mr. Rana. Correct. Sorry. Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote électronique avant de poursuivre ses travaux. d'informer la Chambre que...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
I saw Mr. McKenzie's hand up before, but it seems to have disappeared. Mr. McKenzie.
I vote yay.
Pardon me?
I vote yay.
Mr. McKenzie, yay, pour.
Okay. Yes, l'honorable député.
The honourable member.
New Westminster Burnaby Mallardville.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe my vote was registered online. I vote nay.
Did we get that?
Yeah. Swatsky, nay.
L'honorable
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. I don't think my vote was accounted for online. I vote against.
Contre? Oui.
Against? Is that registered? Perfect, thank you.
Monsieur McKenzie, passé. Donc, le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 123, 123. Nays contre 188, 188.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Is as follows. Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Provost, moved that Bill C-9, an act to amend the criminal code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places be now read a third time and do pass. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Recorded division? Okay.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Belanger, Desnati, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desneti, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Miss Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
Madame Minard.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Litao.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Klassen.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Akan.
Miss Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurtle.
Miss Hurtle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. McDonald, Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald, Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet, Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Millette, Bay of Quinte.
Miss Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Ms. Naughton.
Miss Whean.
Ms. Whean.
Miss O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Monsieur Saint-Pierre.
Miss Tesser-Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Simard.
Ah, excusez-moi. Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur
Correction.
Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmel.
Mr. Schmel.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Miss Louis Harleman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mr. Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Pat.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary, McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary, McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Googlemin.
Mr. Googlemin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conan.
Miss Cronis.
Miss Cronin.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My vote is nay.
Mr. McKenzie, nay, contre.
Anyone else? No? Okay. I will therefore ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 186, 186. Nays contre 137, 137.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the delay pursuant to Standing Order 37, there will be no private members' business hour today. Accordingly, the order will be rescheduled for another sitting. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Sean.
Order. Order. I'll just ask members to quickly leave if they're planning to depart the chamber so we can continue with adjournment proceedings. Order. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, no. No one's here. Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South. The honourable member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm so glad to have been ready and willing to rise on this adjournment proceeding on behalf of the good people of Elgin St. Thomas, London South. The question on which I'm following up is actually one that has become even more timely since I asked the original question of the government in question period, which if you looked at their response, you'd realize question period was not an appropriate name for it. But it was dealing with the federal government's invocation of the Emergencies Act. Now, you may wonder why I was asking in question period, Mr. Speaker, about a 4-year-old decision by this government. And that's a very good question, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you raised it. It's because in the interceding 4 years, the Liberal government has failed to accept what now 2 courts have determined, which is that they violated the fundamental charter rights and freedoms of Canadians. Now, why that is so important is because the federal court and then the Federal Court of Appeal said that not only was the usage of the Emergencies Act by this Liberal government unlawful, it did not meet the test set out in the Emergencies Act itself, but the measures they invoked and deployed using the Emergencies Act violated the fundamental rights of Canadians. The right to freedom of assembly, to freedom of expression, the right to peacefully protest. These are things that in a free society, all Canadians should hold dear. And it's especially timely at this exact moment because moments ago, the Liberal government voted for and advanced through Bill C-9, a bill that they have been giving very similar assurances on, that it will not violate charter rights because the charter is there to protect the rights. But in the case of the Emergencies Act, that same pledge did not result in real protection. Just last week, the Attorney General, the Justice Minister, filed for leave to appeal the Federal Court of Appeal decision on the Emergencies Act. It was on the last day by which the government could ask the Supreme Court to take on the case. It was in the last hour of the last day that the government made this move. And in doing so, this so-called new government is forced to wear the decision of Justin Trudeau. Because now this so-called new government, with a so-called, well, not so-called, he is a new Attorney General. You may know him from such extraordinary work as he brought to the immigration and housing files before the Prime Minister decided to put him in charge of justice. But he has now had to wear the decision by David Lametti and Marco Mendicino that now 2 courts have found to be unlawful. And why this is so important is because we have had a discussion in this country about how strong the Charter really is and how well the Charter will protect the rights and freedoms of Canadians. Now, I'm a firm believer in the rights enumerated in the Charter. These are rights that predated the Charter. I would argue they're natural rights. They're things that need to live in the hearts and minds of Canadians, in the institutions of Canada, including the courts, and certainly in the hearts and minds of those who make the laws. We should never, as lawmakers, pass legislation or make decisions in hopes that the courts will save Canadians from their rights being violated. We must actively seek out ways to do that in all terms. So in the case of the Emergencies Act, suppose that the government gets its appeal and the Supreme Court hears this case. And suppose that the Supreme Court makes the same finding that the Federal Court and the Federal Court of Appeal did, that the government violated the Charter rights of Canadians. What good would that do 5 years later? The infringement has already taken place. So my question to the government is, why will it not accept this finding? Why will it not accept this ruling, vow to uphold the Charter, and in doing so, listen to what two courts have said?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 3 long weeks in early 2022, our nation's capital region was not merely disrupted. It was shaken to the core. Illegal blockades seized our streets, paralyzed our capital, and choked off critical trade corridors. Law-abiding Canadians were trapped in their own neighborhoods, while workers feared for their livelihoods and families feared for their safety. At a time when our country was still recovering from the devastating impacts of COVID-19, a pandemic that claimed the lives of tens of thousands of Canadians, including grandparents, parents, spouses, siblings, sons and daughters, and whose very reality, by the way, the member opposite posing this question has astonishingly continued to cast doubt upon, these actions struck at the very heart of our economic and social stability. We have, of course, taken note of the decisions of the lower courts, and Canada has now sought to leave the Supreme Court of Canada to weigh in. As the member opposite knows very well, given that this matter may soon be before the court, it would be inappropriate to comment further. On this side of the House, we respect our institution, legal arguments before the courts, not on the floor of the House of Commons. But if the member opposite is truly concerned about the rights and freedoms of Canadians, I have to ask, why did he waste valuable time filibustering at the Justice Committee talking about cats and dogs just to run the clock instead of focusing on protecting those very same rights and freedoms? Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. We are the party of the Charter. We are the ones who enshrine these rights and freedoms. And I, along with my colleagues, will always stand proudly to defend the rights and freedoms that Canadians have relied upon for over 43 years. Our government is taking concrete action. Through the Combating Hate Act, we are strengthening protections for Canadians' fundamental freedoms, especially the freedom of religion and the right to live safely and be who they are. This bill would make it a criminal offense to obstruct lawful access to places of worship. If individuals attempt to block the entrance to a synagogue, a mosque, or a church, or any place of worship, law enforcement would now have the clear authority to intervene, remove these obstructing access, and ensure that Canadians can gather and pray in safety and in dignity. This bill also introduces a new standalone hate crime offense. This means that when a crime is motivated by hatred, whether based on someone's religion, race, sexual orientation, or identity, that hate is recognized directly in the offense itself, with longer and tougher penalties. And yet, the very member who claims to stand for Charter rights and freedoms just voted against that legislation. My goodness, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are paying attention. Canadians know the fact there is no greater freedom than the freedom to be who you are, to love who you love, to practice your faith, and to live without fear of being targeted because of your identity. Full stop. Thank you.
The member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree wholeheartedly with those fundamental freedoms. I just don't believe the government is being authentic in its desire to protect those. The Parliamentary Secretary wanted to weave a narrative in talking about the use of the Emergencies Act involving COVID measures and the nature of the convoy. But I would note that even if all of that was accepted in the same way by everyone, which is not true in Canada, that doesn't mean the use of the Emergencies Act was legitimate. I'd actually refer to lawyer Paul Champ, who was a very strong critic, and still is, of the convoy. He's actually a lawyer representing a class action or proposed class action against the convoy. And Paul Champ says, I fully agree that the Emergencies Act is a dangerous tool that was not required. The condemnation of this federal government's track record on civil liberties has come from the left and the right. It's come from multiple faith groups. It's come by people that would identify as traditionally liberal. So why do these groups not, in the Parliamentary Secretary's eyes, take her and her government seriously on this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, let me be crystal clear. It is inappropriate to comment any further on this issue. On this side of the House, as I've mentioned before, we respect our institution. Legal arguments belong to the courts and not on the floor of the House of Commons. It is rich that some of these comments and questions are coming from the member who I find, in his intervention, denotes a certain character. He referred to the memorial for l'École Polytechnique massacre as a fake Femisazi holiday. He went on live radio and suggested that denying the Holocaust is simply a matter of free speech, Mr. Speaker. And in 2017, in the wake of the Quebec City mosque shooting, where 6 men were murdered because of their faith, he stood with Pejida, a far-right extremist movement linked to the ideology that inspired the attacker. Mr. Speaker, that record speaks for itself. So I have a simple question for the member. Is this his stand?
Order, order. The time has expired. I will invite the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands to take the floor. I'm not seeing her online, or the member for Courtenay Alberni. No points of order during adjournment proceedings. Order. The honourable members for Courtenay Alberni and Saanich Gulf Islands not being present raised during the adjournment proceedings. The matters for which notices have been given, the notices are deemed withdrawn. Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.